Up. Oh, that's awkward. Hold on. It's not gonna work either. Hold on. There we go. Now I can use my mic. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the new job requires me to redo my setup. Actually, using NBA, that's funny. But yeah, it's a new job, gave me some new equipment, and yeah, I'm not getting a new desk for this because yeah, I just don't want to. So yeah, I just redoing my setup. I basically have, don't tell them this, but I basically have my work computer right next to my gaming setup. So yeah, everything is all one desk. My desk is big enough for that, but I had to rearrange my monitors. I have 3 monitors now. One is only used for work. And the other 2, I just moved a little bit. But then I also had to wait for the new keyboard and mouse to come in as well. And that's gonna complicate things because now I'm gonna have 2 keyboards and 2 mice. So that is going to be an interesting thing to figure out by, I guess, tomorrow. I guess. Am I a day trader? No. Like I said, I only use 1 monitor for work. I don't think I need 2. But if I need to, I can always use one of my gaming monitors as a second monitor and just swap back and forth. Am I quieter than the game? That's new. Might be because I don't have my booster on. Oh no, it's on. Huh, interesting. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the booster. It might be because I'm just faced away from my mic now, because I had to rearrange things. So it's not picking up all of my voice. But even if I do this, oh no, that's how it usually is. Yeah, I'm looking at the volume levels now. Yeah, is it because I'm faced away from my mic now? That's why. Hey, Dylan, appreciate it. I said headphones. guess what I can do is raise the volume of the mic. Let's try that. It might sound, that's a little high. Probably not that high. How about that? I think that's where I'm usually at. Okay, so I already opened the box just to make sure that everything was in there. Yeah, but before we get started on leave, I can go ahead and show what's in the box. I wonder if I actually have to turn off the camouflage or whatever you call it, the green screen. Yeah, nothing broke. He brought some interesting items. Here, give me a second. And there's my handsome face. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, don't mind my room. Got a freaking so many boxes. Oh, for some reason I got this. I'm not sure I got this in Japan or not. It's maple butter. I've never heard anything like that before. Never had maple butter before. Let's see. From Quebec. Got this. A little hard to see with the light, I think, but it's kind of dark now. But yeah, it's a Nikkei book, art book. Have not opened it. I might not open it actually, just so I can keep a nice vintage set. Plus the art's in the game, anyways. Who knows? And I am not sure what this is. Like, it's from Brown Nose too, obviously. But I'm not sure if this is like a cubby or a folder, because it is holding another comic in here. It's a comic, but it's more like a showcase. It has a good mixture. It has normal stuff in here, shonen, seinen stuff, and I think that's like a hentai, or like one hentai. It's like it was advertising one hentai in here, I think. But I do like this. I just don't know what I'm going to do with this. I might put it on my wall, but this looks really good. I just don't know what its purpose was besides being a cubby. So I'm surprised you gave me 3 of these, Dylan. So here's the key ring of Mary. My favorite, second favorite, maybe third favorite DK. And here's another Mary. I can put this on my car. Maybe I'll do that. And then here's a third of Mary. I'm not sure why I put this though. Maybe I'll just slap them on my PC and call it a day. Here's one of Red Hood. This is my favorite Nikkei period. Has not been dethroned yet. And here comes the good shit. Here's Main Lane. Okay, it's pretty hard to see. I kind of wish it wasn't hitting nighttime. That way the lighting will be better. But I'm pretty sure you guys can see this. Here is one of Weehua. Let me make it closer. And here is one of Ulrich, my girl. He is going on the key for sure. Kind of big though. Not sure if that'd be safe or not. And let's see what we're in here. Oh, it's food. Man, not sure what this is. Besides, you know, it being candy. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is. I am curious to how this tastes. I'll eat it during work, because work is boring as shit right now because it's training. There's a cow logo, so I'm guessing it'll give me big tits. Kit Kat bars. Never seen these guys before. Oh, the candy's Canadian. Okay. Are these banana flavored? I think this is banana flavored. Tastes like snow and bad government. Let's not get into that. Week 16 is what it's called. And let's see what's over here. Bonbons. Oh, it says P-Tits on here. P-Tits bonbons. Oh, sour mango. Okay. I like mango. There's It's more sweet 16s, but these are sweet and sours. You're not sharing with them. I see any here. Last thing I see in here is a can of syrup. This is something that got beat up on the way here, Dylan. Fortunately, it didn't bust open, so it's still usable. But I am not sure what I'm gonna use this for. It's just a can of syrup, literally just that. Anyways, Dylan, you are surely a strapping young lad, and I appreciate the delivery. And I also appreciate the food, because the food's really nice. Thank you very much, and absolutely, I will repay you one day. I really appreciate it. Let me go ahead and get all the stuff out of the way, and then we can get started. I've got like a bunch of boxes in my room right now because of work. Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried of like what I'm gonna do with it. I have no idea what I'm gonna use with syrup in my place. Besides, I guess bread, but I had to buy bread. I just ate my bread for PB&J and grilled cheese. Waffles. I don't have a toaster. Yeah, I can make pancakes. I get pancake mix, but yeah, I don't have a toaster for waffles. Or a waffle iron, for that matter. Oh, coffee. That's not a good idea. Yeah, I can put it in coffee. I have coffee every single day nowadays. Okay, so my setup is different from how it usually is. So I am going to suspect audio issues, like audio bouncing issues. So definitely feel free to let me know if there are any balance issues. Don't put too much, it's pretty strong. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. What type of coffee? Right now I'm not really picky about that. Any coffee flavor is good. Need a bit of a louder voice? Okay. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna push it up 2 decibels. Actually, not that high. That's a little too much. I'll do 1 decibel. How's that? Right now it's at 4 decibels. Yeah, and the OBS is 1 more decibel. Okay. Everything is good. It's like louder. Here, I'll do at 0.5. Okay, we'll go 0.5. 0.5 seems good. All right, let's get started. Oh, a direct sequel. Okay. Although it has only been a few dozen hours since Basti returned to the Elmo, the aerial beacon she and Bugs brought has already started serving the network for the Elmo and doll community. The happiest person might be Dandelion, to build an untraceable line from the Elmo to the outside world. Thanks for coming, member Dylan, appreciate it. To build an untraceable line from the Elmo to the outside world, she spends a lot of computing power every hour. Now she is finally relieved a lot, and I can contact others more freely. More importantly, with the beacon cruising at high altitude, locations originally shown as blind spots on the map began to light up with symbols indicating stable communication, which also significantly expanded the operational range of each squad. As more and more areas light up, the feeling of control over intelligence gradually returns to my hands. Basti, the former Griffin T-Doll Mark 23, who made this contribution, was currently sitting on my lap. With a triumphant expression. I couldn't neglect her either. I haven't seen her praises since earlier until my mouth went dry. Although Macchiato and Helen weren't very satisfied, obviously, Mei Ling and everyone in the doll community praised this favor highly. So everyone led Basti at coquettishly towards me. Hey Batsu. How's it going? Another W translation. Always appreciate it. How about it, darling? Do you like my kit? Yes. It's not only solved the signal interference problem, but also increased the communication range by over 70%, which is a huge help for missions in the Yellow Zone. With the collaboration of the Beacon Network, our future operation planning will be much easier. So far, so good. I'm only on the first scene, but I'm seeing anything obvious, which is a good sign. Thank you for your hard work, Botsy. After all, it's for Darling. This small matter is nothing. And if I remember right, they have a satellite now, I want to say. Like, they have an aerial satellite. But it's not in space, it's just in the sky, I want to say. Other cooperation with Chain Loot Group is also going well. Miss Lydia sent a generously priced order, entrusting us with the escort work for the construction of beacon base stations deep in the Yellow Zone. Yeah, an atmospheric satellite, yeah. That's basically what it is. This is also your credit, right? Ah, that woman! I told her not to contact Darling. But never mind, since I'm so magnanimous, Darling, go ahead and discuss business with her. But be careful, she's a profiteer. The situation in Silica Port is not stable. You may need to go back recently to act as our local contact until Miss Lydia's completely quells the hidden dangers in Silica Port. I know. Negotiating business on behalf of Darling who can't show up personally feels very much like being the lady of the house. I'm fully motivated. However, isn't Fei Lin still in Silica Port? Zoe said Fei Lin left with Bishop Nanya and the others. Yeah? With KSCK and the others? Yeah, they took a barter commission on the trading site. They said they want to carry out the original purpose for which Dusha Nanya and Fetusa left the community without permission, to bring back a batch of doll frames. I was wondering why Darling would send those two to buy things, so that's why. I'll contact Zoe later. Just as Basti was lost in thought, Sakura, who had just moved her luggage onto the Elmo, also walked in. Upon seeing me, Sakura's expression became bright and brilliant. She ran over happily, but was glared at Basti like a bristling cat. Like, of course. Too close! Too close! Don't get closer, Darling! Why? Commander, Basti's being mean! Stop it, Basti. Good work, Sakura. Have you settled in?
Great. From today on, I am also a member of the Elmo. It's just that there's too much work usually. I don't have much time to stay with the commander. Even so, I won't give Darling to you. At most, I'll let you sit here. Consider it my mercy. That's not enough. I work hard for the commander. I'll be praised too. But now I can only deliver goods. Am I not qualified to be praised?
You found your own path and walked it diligently, and received recognition from those you helped. That's already amazing. The Elmo will be your backing, and we will also need your help. Welcome back, Sakura.
Commander... Stop! Don't come any closer! How could you be... Well...
After making a fuss for a while, I patted Sakura's head and fed Bossy some snacks, finally quieting them both down. By the way, Sakura, if you pass my silica port next time, take Basky along with you.
Having someone other than Senpai to talk to isn't bad, but... Is Basky going to silica port? I thought you were going to find G41 and the others. Oh, right, she's called Feilin now. We've been partners for so many years. Being apart for a few days won't hurt. Do you know where Feilin and the others went? Isn't it Cliffwatch Town? If we're on the right road, we should be arriving soon.
Cliffwatch Town? What's that place?
Let me explain to the commander.
Seemingly happy to have a chance to show off, Sakura sat next to me, carefully took out her delivery tablet from behind, and looked at me with a smile, wanting to explain. Bassi grunted unhappily, but still leaned over, watching Sakura tap the screen and focus the map on a mountainous area with complex terrain. You know what? I'm surprised that they actually put Bassi in this story, or rather, I should say, I'm surprised that she is being considered in this story at the moment because of how what's I'm looking for, how disruptive she is, or what, and how potentially disruptive she can be. They're being pretty brave here.
This is a settlement town built on a mountain road in the Yellow Zone, which often hosts open markets. Although it may not be much compared to large settlements like Silicaport and Makosh, it is quite popular among local residents and merchants.
Trading such a remote place carries high risk. Even with boosted signal, if an emergency occurs, our support will have difficulty arriving in time.
Feilin will be fine, darling. Over the years, she has survived alone in the Yellow Zone for a long time and overcome many challenges. Although it's not very rigorous to call a doll this, Feilin has a strange intuition and is very sensitive to danger and suspicious details. As for lies, even if she can't find a problem, she seems to have her own way to see through them.
Catnip.
If you're still worried, I'll contact her regularly to check on her situation. After all, she waited for Darling with me for so long.
That's a good idea. Sakura, how is the security situation around Cliffwatch Town?
I haven't been there either because it's relatively a remote area. But according to the company manual, that place was originally a mountain village abandoned due to forced relocation and was rebuilt by refugees in recent years. The road conditions into the mountains are poor, and we might encounter collapse storms and roaming bandits. Also, there seems to be a power struggle there.
A power struggle? They're everywhere. Is it serious? How did the conflict arise?
It hasn't reached a life or death situation yet, but it's at a level that requires attention. The data isn't very detailed, it only says the conflicting parties are dark merchants and a cavalry unit? They are fighting for the management and maintenance rights of the roads around the town, and it seems there are also toll fees involved. Charging money for the road? Sounds like neither side is any good. I feel like KSVK and the others are going to get into a fight again. Sakura smiled bitterly, seemingly not quite agreeing with Bossy's words. At least for those who are always on the move and have no arm protection, safe patches is worth paying for. That's what PMC is for. By the way, regarding that cavalry unit, there are some interesting rumors. It is said that the leader is a doll. And although everyone has mixed reviews about this doll, there is one consistent characteristic. That is...
Well, don't leave me in suspense. On the outskirts of the Yellow Zone. The beanie seems to be working. Glad to hear it, Recon. The truck driven by Dushep Nanya was struggling to advance on the mountain road covered with rubble. The strong wind picked up coarse dust, sanding the windows like sandpaper, making a rustling sound. Oh, glad to hear that too, Recon. We'll keep it at 4.5 decibels for now. Looking out the window, steep rock walls lined both sides of the road, and withered yellow vegetation trembled in the wind as if warning passing travelers.
So touching. Truly touching.
Fetusa excitedly pressed against the car window, her pen scribbling non-stop in her diary.
5:15 p.m. We drove into a mountain road in the Yellow Zone. Although the rock strata have been severely eroded by collapse radiation, it is still recognizable as traces left by humans excavating tunnels nearly a century ago. Without the support of heavy machinery, using ancient tools and only baskets to transport soil and rocks, they opened up a road that vehicles can pass through today. It's truly amazing. Fetusa, that's enough. What serious doll writes a diary in a notebook? And what strategic value do these records have? What is the use of these records? Nixie, you don't understand. Even after so much time, you can still feel the determination of humans to transform nature back then. This is a manifestation of the strength of human willpower. Everyone must think so too, right, Phelan? I never thought about it, such things from this perspective. Think about it carefully. What Fetusa said makes a lot of sense. Are you serious?
Looking at Phelan with her ears pricked up high, Scavenger couldn't help but fall into despair.
Isn't one idiot who worships humans enough? Why another one? Clearly the commander is an exception. Humans themselves are nothing special. Hey, Dushep Nanya, how much longer do we have to drive? Let me off quickly!
Dushep Nanya, sitting in the driver's seat, turned her head in response.
Oh, War Master! I have heard your anger and unwillingness. This rugged road allows for no distraction. How far is it to destination? Since the contract of fate has been signed, the Brave will definitely deliver the promised item to the other shore. Don't worry, War Master. We will definitely complete the mission soon. I had enough of this conversation. You talk about the mission and all, but you act like you're here for sightseeing.
Scavenger patiently grabbed the navigation device and checked the information on it.
It shows there are over 20 kilometers left. And because the road conditions are so bad, it'll take at least a few more hours. That's longer than we expected. However, considering the mountain roads and collapse storms, it is indeed better to be careful. Dushep Nanya, do you want to drive for a while? Better not. Phelan needs to learn where the brake is before touching the steering wheel. Seriously, I was against taking this strange commission from the start. What's the point of transporting equipment as old as Fetusa? That's hurtful. Nixie herself is an antique too, right? Well, maybe that's exactly why she was acquired. I heard from Bassie before that rich people like collecting this kind of old stuff. What was that word called? Sentiment? Ah, yes, it's sentiment. Betusa really understands humans. If this server stores precious data from the old era, its value cannot be measured in money. Human emotions are always entrusted to these seemingly useless carriers. The meaning of tools lies in utility and efficiency. Things like this. Huh? Scavenger, who had put her hand on the surface of the server, just to emphasize her point, suddenly falls silent. As her attention focused on that server, Betusa felt a strange emotion welling up in this frame she co-inhabited. It seemed to be a sense of familiarity. Also noticing Scavenger's strange state, Caitlin couldn't help but slow down her tone slightly. Anyway, as long as we can complete this transaction in exchange for the doll frames everyone wants, we're helping the master, right? And looking at another way, at least this kind of cargo won't attract unwanted attention. Shut up. Did you say something? I said shut your jinxed mouth! That curve ahead isn't right. Dushinaya, stop the car! Oh! As Dushinaya pulled the handbrake, the truck's front veered, and the locked tires drifted sideways on the mountain road for a distance. Dushinaya immediately opened the door, stomped her reinforced right foot on the ground, and accelerated the braking process amidst a shower of sparks. Scavenger and Phelan quickly scrambled out, weapons already in hand. A sizable firefight was taking place ahead. One side was flanking with mobile units, while the other used several heavy trucks unique to the Yellow Zone as cover, maintaining a defensive circle with discipline, waiting for an opening. Of course the cargo will be cursed. Varjagers? So the ones being attacked are black market merchants? Pretend we didn't see anything. Not our business. Nixie, innocent people are being attacked. As the commander's dolls, we can't just ignore it. Give it a rest. Along the way, you've been given rides everywhere, eliminating elites for free, and even gave away the rewards from Silicaport to homeless people. Warlord said if we don't go back soon, we'll be buried in the tomato field as fertilizer. I think she meant for us to collect and make fertilizer, not use us as... After all, your family is useless for growth, for crop growth. It's too late even if you don't want to, Nixie. You should not just rush out shouting something about the community. For the War Master. What? Ah! For the War Master! Yeah, I see that we're still in the idiot ball zone. Under the offensive of Dushinaya's group, the Varjagers quickly scrambled and retreated back into their vehicles. Go, my three cute morons. The other group in the battle looked on in bewilderment at Scavenger, who attacked like a berserker for some reason, and then shook Dushinaya by the neck after it was over, and Phelan, who was sighing on the side. Until a young man who looked like a leader told the others to holster their weapons and approach the three dolls himself. Hey. I didn't expect a unique portrait. Okay. In the Yellow Zone, presumptuously calling someone else's actions goodwill is quite dangerous. But however I look at it, your actions were a rescue for us. May I ask which faction you three tactical dolls belong to? You're welcome. The hero is everyone's friend, following the guidance of our leader, the commander, and active in order to create a peaceful world. I see. That makes sense. Lord Hero must be unable to ignore those in need, which is why you stepped forward. You can communicate with Tsunade upon first meeting? Meaningless dialogue has increased. Exactly. I see. According to the tropes, I should give everything I had to thank the hero for thanking me. For saving me. However, I'm afraid you meddled unnecessarily this time. Even without the support of the hero adults, we could have won in that situation just now. Huh? This guy? Just to beanly say thank you and take out the reward. Why are you acting tough here? Trying to welch on the debt? Warlord, calm down. We didn't say we wanted payment anyway. I'm just stating facts. After the young man finished speaking, the sudden change in the situation made the dolls turn their heads. On the surrounding high ground, large numbers of combat mechanical bodies had appeared at some point, forming a semi-encirclement. The red lights flashing on their visual modules were clearly visible even in sunlight. Are these our combat weapons? When did they get here? Was it a deployment made when the battle with the breakers started? Interesting. You. It looks like you want to talk with force, right? I said, I'm just following the facts, so... It's also the fact that you helped us. Without your containment, although my people could have won, it wouldn't have been without casualties. After all, the deployment speed just now was slower than I expected. In other words, without your intervention, in 90% of the cases, I might have suffered around 3 casualties. 5 people. According to my calculations, your people lack sufficient training. The combined probability of error during defense, dependent on the position, exceeds 100%. The most likely outcome is that 5 people will die, and another 3 will suffer minor injuries. You read people really well. My name is Pavel. I am a merchant in Cliffwatch Town, and also work part-time as a military contractor. Here is the remuneration of saving 8 people. Please count it. After Pavel made a gesture, a subordinate following him placed a bag of glass pieces at Scoundrel's feet. The doll kicked it lightly in the air with her toe, caught it, and checked the weight. Then we're even. Let's go. Wait, you haven't answered my initial question. 3 tactical dolls, one of which is a Synchros Fairy model. That's uncommon even in the Yellow Zone. You know about Synchros Fairy, so your identity isn't simple either, is it? Of course. As long as you can answer my question, I can answer yours. Unless your identities are some kind of secret. Nixie, the commander's a wanted person after all. Don't expose him here. Huh? Tomato Emperor! Okay. Shut up! I said we are the women who follow the Tomato Emperor! No, warriors! What's that look? I'll kill you! You have a problem with that? Seeing Scoundrel suddenly fly into a rage, Pavel and his subordinate stumbled back in fright. Baitland and Dusha Nanya held her back firmly, preventing the conflict. Didn't you bring it up yourself? Tomato Emperor? Tomato King? Ah, could it be the ruthless character Rumen who have banished Makosha's first leader? Y'all work for that person? That made you laugh in the grocery store. That's right. A super ruthless character. Now you get it. Don't look down on him or us just because of the tomato. Nixie, calm down. You didn't look down on us. This is a psychological issue you need to overcome yourself. I see. So what are you doing here? Looking for the next town to overthrow? Sentinel Cliff Town certainly has potential. I'll be interested in having a good talk with the Tomato King to start a mutually beneficial cooperation. I can't believe the title Tomato King is the actual title that's spread. I can't believe this is actually canon. It is not. The hero is on a glorious mission to help the commander while tempering herself. Actually, I'm here to deliver goods from Silicaport. Silicaport? Who is the recipient? Never mind. I have to ask anyways. Mr. Smolin? I am Smolin. Whoa! Does that mean you happen to have a lot of doll frames? I do. So, are you the trading partner, the client for this time? Then you should be able to show proof, right? Let me think. Is it this? Correct? We are the tomato people. From Hero of Frankfurt to Tomato King. Pavel took out his personal terminal and sent a confirmation message to Phelan. It's actually true. What a coincidence. Now we have something to talk about. Let's go. We can have a good chat along the way. She also said it wrong. It's Tomato King. Why do you say Tomato Emperor? It's time for depression, I think. No! Why are you kicking us out of our home? We didn't do anything wrong. Mom, Dad! What are you doing? Let go of Mom and Dad! Stop it, child. Your parents have now been identified as anti-URNC elements guilty of corruption and derogation of duty. Your illicit gains to date, including your housing and arrest, must be seized. Seeing as he didn't directly participate in the military actions, as long as he serves his sentence honestly for a few decades, he can still come out. Let him bear responsibility like a man. Mom and Dad didn't betray the URNC. Our family wouldn't steal money. Dad is an amazing technical expert. He's the person that General Carter praised. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. Whether this mistake will be decided by the military court, but judging from recent physical witness evidence, the accusations that your parents fabricated multiple projects and embezzled huge research funds have been unanimously judged as true. Pavel, take care. Live well. Together with... I renamed that guy to Pavel, so not to be confused with the Rebella event guy. Honestly, I was actually confused by that, Batsu. Is it actually the same name in the files? Because I was like, wasn't there another Pavel? A really cool guy that I really like? Okay. Do you know the dolls of Griffin? Just as Dushinaya was about to speak, Skagit covered her mouth. You know I'm thinking with Fairy, right? To me, Griffin is an eternal nemesis. Best not to mention that name in my presence again. Excuse my rudeness. Beer belly Pavel. Alright. The destination's just ahead. This is where I usually trade with people. So Nanya drove the truck, while Fei Lin and scavengers stood by on the roof, following the merchant's convoy in the mountains. A small but well-equipped rest. Okay. Rest stop. Okay. Let's read the rest of it, hero. A small but well-equipped stop appeared in front of them. 2 huge cargo containers had already been placed here. The names are very close, but it's... Oh, okay. Okay, so they both translate to Pavel. Okay. But there is a difference. Got it. Translating must be very fun. Can we get another truck CG? Honestly, yeah, I agree. They kind of need to draw more backgrounds. Nanya nervously opened the container doors, marveling at the visual impact of the neat rows of doll frames, then checked the condition of the frames inside. They might be a bit old, but they are military grade. Most parts are brand new. I can guarantee the performance. I'll do an inspection. It'll take some time. Needs to connect to Miss Mei Ling here. After failing to drag the server off the truck, the technicians from Pavel's side came out to inspect it. Although it took several hours. Okay, it took several hours. In the end, Dusanai and Pavel shook hands. There are no problems on our side anymore. Say hello to the Tomato King for me. The commander will be very happy too. Mission accomplished. Can I go back to see Master now? I'm so nervous. Oh, right. Actually, I have one more thing to trade with you. Take a look. Pavel already opened this set of obviously heavily defended boxes, inside of which lay a frame that was clearly a custom model. Scavenger's eyes widened suddenly. Nixie, this is... a Synchronous Fury Elite model frame. Good eye. I got this when I acquired mobile weapons before. I've only seen this once. How much? This is a priceless limited edition, at least in the current world. However, I want to make friends with that famous person, your commander. And since you also helped me a lot, so as a symbol of friendship, I can offer a friendly price. I won't make any promises. You don't need to. In human society, there is a thing as diplomatic gifts. In addition, I hope you can do me a small favor. To be precise, I need the help of this Synchronous Fairy doll lady. Small favor? This server is the master control module of a military armament production line, and I possess the key to the corresponding system. But even if I can enter the system, I still need a Synchronous Fairy doll's processor to decipher part of the code to replace the missing compilation equipment. This can shorten my work time to 1 out of 20. Honestly, I didn't expect my luck to be so good as to encounter a Synchronous Fairy doll and the module components I wanted at the same time. Why should I do this for a human like you? I can't be sure if you're willing, but I know one thing. Although Synchronous Fairy doll frames are not rare, elite models are 1 in a million and rarely appear on the market. There might only be a few in the whole world. For you dolls, the importance of a spare frame goes without saying, right? You are the only active elite Synchronous Fairy I've seen in these years, arriving in the same time as the thing I've been seeking. Don't you think this is kind of fate? Of course not. However, I am also interested in what's inside this thing. Fine, I agree. Well, Warlord, aren't you coming back with us? You heard it right. I had my own business. Besides, I'm not 1v anyway. I am the last Synchronous Fairy. I'm only temporarily following the commander because he is amazing. Like you. I mean, that's pretty blunt. It's like, I'm only temporarily part of his team, but he's fucking awesome. So, that's the only reason why. We're not the last of Synchros Ferry. We fought alongside the coalition units too. Other Synchros Ferry. But I don't know where they are right now either. Probably hiding somewhere. I've already asked all about that. Anyways, I decided. Then I'll stay here with you. You guy. Maybe a little off here. Or rather, maybe she's talking to Pavel. You guy, I was originally partners. You are a warlord. Suit yourself. If you delay the return time, be careful that Uber doesn't plant your head and body separately. If you want to wait, Cliffwatch Town on a nearby mountaintop can provide good accommodation. The cost might be a bit higher than elsewhere, but there are power supply facilities and related studios up there, which is very convenient for dolls. Oh, a new town! That sounds pretty good. Let's go play there! Wait for the warlord to finish the matters at hand, then we'll go back together. Fox Princess! Let's go check out the guilds in the town first. We'll come back to accompany the warlord later. That's all we can do. If we can find something suitable as a gift for Master and Basti, it'd be worth it. But Nixie, are you okay with this? Won't Fatusa get bored? That girl. Said she had no objections. I'll mark the easy route up the mountain for you. Come on. Thanks. Coalition mission. Suddenly, Liu. Like just out of fucking nowhere. Okay. Damn, her art looks nice. General Liu, I understand how you feel, but no matter how much you insist, Hero's departure and the dissolution of Griffin and Kruger will not change. Even if you pay such a huge sum, what you maintain will not be the Griffin you hope for. But, just in case the commander changes his mind, I feel he needs a home to return to. At least, let me do my part. Please, let me cover all Griffin's operations for the next 30 years, as well as everyone's wages. Protecting Griffin has always been the mission the commander gave me. I want to see it through to the end. I don't think he'll come back. If you want to follow his orders, as far as I know, letting you freely decide your own future was his true wish. If you insist on staying at Griffin, I can prepare some positions for you to choose from, but don't mention financial aid anymore. Regrettably, the Griffin you knew no longer exists. It's already over? Our Griffin, the commander, and my home. Hello? Hi there. Is this? She looks familiar. I don't remember the code name. Type 56? Okay, Type 56. Damn. Got an upgrade. New human character? No, she's definitely not a human character. She's definitely a doll. General Liu, wake up. Something's come up. It's time for you to make a decision. Huh. Shisui? Morning. Did the checkup go well? No problems. The frame and neural cloud are both perfect. That's good. We might be working overtime today. Last night that vehicle left Pavel's territory and is currently heading towards Sentinel Cliff Town. It seems to be carrying a very heavy load as the chassis is at its weight limit. Also, the driver seems to have terrible skills. They stalled several times on the way. Is this a new CG? I don't think it is. It might be. To me, it looks familiar. I'm not sure if it's just a new CG. Can we confirm the identity of the car owner? Maybe just an ordinary traveling merchant. It might not be that simple. The car is a model commonly used by the conglomerate. It's very likely providing arm support to that guy Pavel. Our people also found traces of combat earlier. The possibility of the owner of that car and Pavel are in cahoots is very high. In that case, let's strengthen surveillance first. Maybe Mr. Pavel just wants to do business properly. Although we have some differences, the desire of Sentinel Cliff Town to prosper student conflict. Man, are her boobs big. I know. Ew, he's just too nice. Have you forgotten what that guy did before? The probability of something fishy going on this time is definitely high. Also, one more thing. Elite presence was detected not long ago on the route that vehicle is taking. Given the vehicle's condition, if they encounter Elite infected, they definitely won't be able to escape. At this rate, tell everyone to get ready to move out. Whatever that car's intention is, we can't let it be attacked by elites within our patrol range. You really are. I expected it. Everyone is already preparing. You should get into position too. Thank you, Shisui. Goody two-shoes. Are they going to boob rant like with Lewis? Well, for Lewis, it seemed like they were hidden. As in, like, her boobs shouldn't be as big as they were, but they were that big. With Shisui, they look super duper obvious, so no, I won't go on a rant. I do like them though. Although she had learned driving skills in emergency, Fateline still struggled with the rugged mountain roads. She could only focus on gripping the steering wheel to prevent the tires from slipping and causing tragedy. The breastologist. Dushidnaya sat in the back seat holding her rifle, comfortably resting her feet on the back of the front seat. My mistake. I should let Dushidnaya drive. The brakes on this car are so hard to press. And the car doesn't seem to be in good condition. I wonder if we can do some load-bearing modifications on Cliffwatch Town. Fox Princess, we've only been out for half an hour, and you're already about to kill the Hell Chariot? No way! I only flip cars, I don't hit walls! I don't know which one is worse. Just wanted to ask, do we have money? The car might need repairs. The funds over-prepared for buying frames are under the storage compartment on the passenger seat. Helen said to use them if needed, provided we don't squander them. Storage compartment? Storage compartment. Oh, found it. That's quite a lot. Phelan, with her tail sticking up and leaning over to grope the glass piece, suddenly looked up nervously at the shadow crawling towards her from the top of the cliff. Elid! What? After a sharp turn and quickly pulling the handbrake, Phelan avoided the Elid, but the truck lost control due to the rough operation and slid down the cliff. Not good! The frame for Master. No! Phelan frantically stepped on the gas and yanked the steering wheel according to the game operations she had played, bringing the car body back onto the road. Oh yeah, I just remembered Phelan learned by playing a video game. This rough operation soon had consequences. Boom. The truck shook violently and its speed dropped suddenly. The engine blew! Can't accelerate anymore. We can't shake them off like this. Hero on the scene! Dushatanya raised her rifle, leaning halfway out the window, and a precise bullet pierced the approaching Elid, making it fall to the ground. Stay away from our hell, chariot! Meanwhile, just as she was about to shoot the next target, a group of four-legged creatures on the winding mountain road above caught her attention. At first, she thought it was another group of Elid infected, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was a group composed of riders and mounts. Those mounts were a species that blended wildness with composure. Running freely among the steep cliffs, their posture combined power and speed, touching a memory deep within Dushatanya that she hadn't realized herself. That is... horse? No, all it is a horse. It's completely made of machinery. The warhorse from the apocalypse! And those riding on the top must be the cavalry of the apocalypse. This team was not riding ordinary vehicles, but a type of mechanical vehicle shaped like a steed. Even on steep cliffs, they could run smoothly and at high speeds, dodging obstacles with agility. Is something else coming? I'm going to help you right away. Not an enemy! Before Dushatanya finished speaking, clear gunfire rang out continuously. The knights riding those war horses raised their guns and fired down at the approaching Elids. It was effective quickly. The Elids about to catch up to the truck fell one after another. Seizing the opportunity, Phelan stopped the car. Using the truck as cover, she and Dushatanya quickly set up a temporary position, further eliminating the Elids trying to get up after falling. In the swirling dust, the fully armed cavalry team walked towards the two of them along the mountain road. Is this a mech specialized for mountain combat environments? And also a vehicle? Synchro's Ferry used to have similar enemies. They were quite troublesome. Amidst the pervasive dust, the two saw the lead knight raising a flag of peace. They did not disarm, but also abandoned the idea of preemptive firing. Standing at the very front of the team, riding the lead horse, was a doll wearing a military cap. And beside her was a doll holding an assault rifle with a nimble figure. Nimble. Sure, yeah, we can call that a nimble figure. Currently watching Dushatanya's squad vigilantly. Hey! Vehicle over there! We are the wing... Hussars? Or Hussars? We are the Wing Hussars, in defense cooperation with the Sentry Cliff Town. Ahead is a restricted area. We will now commence a routine inspection authorized by the Mayor of Sentry Cliff. Once we confirm you pose no threat, we will let you pass freely. However, since we have already sorted and provided you with support and protection earlier, we will charge a fixed fee. It's okay to relax a little, Shisui. Looking at the condition of this car, they probably encountered Elid on the way and barely managed to break through, right? Let's check if they are wounded first. Ah, there's fierce warhorse and knight, and the legendary civilized bandits who don't rob directly but only collect tolls. This place is truly a battlefield of the other world. We came here with a great mission. As long as the other side doesn't start trouble, we absolutely cannot destroy the possibility of peace. For some reason, Phelan, who had been focused on aiming, suddenly froze. Those two dolls, and the shape of those two guns, look so familiar no matter how I look at them. What do? I'm pretty sure I'm not seeing things right. Phelan rubbed her eyes vigorously, until the two gradually approaching focal points became clearer and clearer in Phelan's visual module. Sure enough, the ID verification matches. Those two! Aren't they General Liu rifle and Type 56-1? The two dolls riding mechanical horses slowly approached the smoking truck. The lead doll, following security protocols, issued a polite inquiry first. Hello, visitors. Welcome to Clifftown Watch. Do any of you need medical support? I am Liu Shi, captain of the Wing Hussars. The duty of the Wing Hussars is to escort and rescue everyone passing through Cliffwatch Town. Please rest assured, we have absolutely no malicious intent and hope to ensure your safety. Please state your identity and purpose of visit. Huh? Before she finished speaking, Liu saw the animal ears poking out from behind the truck and that familiar smiling face. Those ears. G41? It's not G41? Wow, it's General Liu rifle and Type 56-1. It really is you guys. Long time no see. Phelan pulled her head out and waved decidedly at the two. At least we don't have a full event where is them not knowing who each other are and they fought retardedly for like 5 hours. My name is Fei Lin now. Oh, also, although her frame has changed, this is KSVK. Her name is Duchidnanya now. Good heavens! To think I meet past companions here. It seems everyone has new names after not seeing each other for a while, huh? Then let me reintroduce us. She is Liishin now, and I'm Shisui. Oh, the hero reunites with former comrades again. Although there are no records of you in my neural cloud currently, I will try hard to recall. Let me call you General and Khan for now. Yeah, my reaction. Khan? Is this really KSVK? Could it be that only the face looks alike? I suspected that at first too, but after getting used to it, you'll find she really is the original KSVK. What does it matter? 10 years is a long time for humans. Dolls shouldn't remain unchanged either. I didn't expect to run into Fei Lin and Duchidnanya at a time like this. Why did you come at an remote pace like Cliffwatch Town? By the way, since Griffin doll partners are here, does that mean... Leo dismounted and moved closer, her gaze sweeping expectantly towards the inner passenger seat. Did the commander not come along? Aw, she's so sad. Not seeing that familiar figure, a slight disappointment appeared in Leo's eyes. Master, Commander's still on the Elmo right now. But the protocol has been terminated. After we complete the current mission, we'll return to the Elmo. Oh, what, really? Can there be dolls by the Commander's side again? That's wonderful. Missing his dick. While the two were talking to Fei Lin, Duchidnanya curled up in the back seat somewhat dejectedly. Hero, clearly such a mighty cavalry, yet unable to recall the image of riding the dragon to crusade against the Demon King together. This won't do. Recall it quickly. Didn't Abassi remember back then? What's wrong with Duchidnanya? Is she hungry? She doesn't look very energetic. The brave were not stagnant because of brief separation. Thank you for your concern. You should... she sweet. Oh, sorry. I am just a little sad. Because my neural cloud records were wiped, so... whether it's Fox Princess, Khan, or General, I can't recall our past relationships. A purge? Which bastard did it? Although we haven't talked about what happened during this time, it must have been very difficult for everyone. It's fortunate enough to meet again, but it really is a pity that I can't talk about the past with Dushuk Nanya. Can I help too? Don't worry about the cost of repairing the neural cloud. I'll do my best to help. It's okay. Helen, DP-12 is already preparing it for me. Next, I will gradually recover the memories of being with everyone. It's just that before the repair, I can't really remember anything about you. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize for something like that. Chisui and I both know that Duchunanya has always been our partner. Exactly. No matter what, you are still the KSVK we know. General... Khan... Oh my god. Our paths have finally converged. For the happiness of the commander and everyone, let's run now! Why do they keep using those titles? And don't run around, the danger here isn't over yet! Suddenly, a low vibration came from the rear of the vehicle. The dolls looked back in unison. A lot of smoke erupted from the distant hillside, and billowing dust surged like a tsunami. Amidst the sky filling yellow sand, several twisted dark figures gradually revealed the true shapes, accompanied by tremors. 12 o'clock direction. Elite swarm approaching. Quantity would be likely over 5. I knew it. So many elites recently. It's almost as if something is driving them here. Leoshi, give the order. Leo quickly exchanged a glance with Shisui. Everyone, get ready. Wing Hussars, spread out in defensive formation. Protect the vehicles and goods. Guy or girl? I don't know. I think that's a dude. Can't tell. Yes. Shisui, take a squad out to the flank and guard against the elites climbing up from the cliff. Yes, ma'am. Leo commanded the team skillfully, showing no trace of her usual mild manner. Compared to the memories from the Griffin era, the Leo in front of... who's me? Probably Phelan. Neither. The Leo in front of me has completely become another doll. I feel like Leo has changed a lot these 10 years. Are these knights all followers of Leo? You changed a lot too. I really want to drink and chat with everyone right now. Talking about the old days. But I still have to ask presumptuously. Phelan, Dushuk Nanya, can you still fight now? Even if monsters attack, the hero's gunfire will never retreat. Okay then. Leo loaded her rifle neatly. Let's resolve this quickly. But the last hobo we got was a girl. Pegasus? The Neo-Soviet military mountain tactical mech. bionic from horses and developed from sanguispheric technology. Although their firepower isn't outstanding, in this environment they are extremely excellent vehicles and weapons. In other words, that Gryffindor named Leoshi relied on such weapons to steal all your business as a military contractor, so you want revenge on her? I have no personal grudge against her. In the early days of Sentry Cliff Town development, she and I cooperated several times. I acknowledge her character and ability. Even if I don't get military orders, Sentry Cliff Town's commercial economy still allows me to make money. Providing military security services for other regions yields even better profits. The only problem is that I don't agree with the way she uses Pegasus. I once proposed to buy that from her, but her financial strength, well, is bottomless. Oh no, Liu has money. She's the one who's going to solve all the money problems for the commander. Commander no longer needs to be a bounty hunter. He can actually prepare the Elmo once Liu comes in. I understand now. You bought this master control system that once belonged to Sinkus Ferry because you wanted to snatch that thing. Can you crack it? She would buy us 3 more helicopters. Scavenger sat cross-legged on the ground with a data cable connecting her head to the old module in front of her. Her unsheathed blade resting flat on her knees. The countless data streams passing before her eyes were information that only the sanguispheric Ogus system could interpret, and this information was revealing an unexpected secret to her. Hey, Tusa. Come out and take a look. We hit the jackpot. Nixie, what is this? As he said, it's the production line's master control module. However, this production line seems special. The module is equipped with a primary neural core. It should be for ease of decision making, and that data hasn't been cleared. It must be full of sanguispheric data. If unlocked, maybe I can find out what I want to know. Scavenger glanced at Pavel and nodded slightly. Fine. But while I'm working, if anyone disturbs me, I won't be responsible for the consequences. Understand? Everyone get out. And I need a massive custodial power supply. This little guy consumes a lot of power. The smoke gradually dissipated, and at last Edith stopped twitching under the attack of the mechanical horse. Although it was a temporary encounter battle, under Leo's command, the victory was very decisive. Eve-ho! Job done. How was it? Is everyone unhurt? After confirming her companion's safety, Chisui neatly holsters her gun. Nice coordination. It seems that even after 10 years, everyone's marksmanship hasn't gotten rusty. Especially due to Nanya. I didn't expect you to move so agilely. This combat style is very different from when you were in Griffin. Leo and Chisuy's fighting styles have also changed a lot. Is this the Wing Hussar's fighting style? Over the past 10 years, I experienced many battles in the Yellow Zone. Thanks to this child, I'm no longer the one who made the commander worry. Mia patted the mechanical horse's head. The mechanical horse let out a gentle low whine, the red light in its eyes gradually turning into a calm blue. I've been wanting to ask since just now. The equipment, your mount, doesn't exist in my records. It looks like it can be used not only as a vehicle, but also equipped with firepower modules to assist in combat. It's the big titty fighting style. Did you build these mountain-specific combat vehicles yourselves to adapt to the terrain? Their movements suggest they possess corresponding neural clouds, at least on the level of combat dolls. And from the looks of it just now, this one even shows emotion. Your tactical eye is very accurate. I'll call it Dilu. Is it Dilu or Dilu? I'm gonna say Dilu for now. It's a member of our winged hussars. Like the other kids, it's a vehicle modified based in terrain characteristics of this area, equipped with a simple neurocloud to assist in various tasks. Although it looks a bit rough on the outside, it's a partner we rely on heavily. A steed of steel, wings of steel galloping across the wasteland. It can indeed be called a hero's mount. Jutsu Naya looked at the majestic mechanical horse with obvious envy in her eyes, then looked to at the truck she just ridden in before. Unfortunately, the Hell Chariot has exhausted its life and can no longer deliver the treasure to the promised destination. Treasure? So you came to Cliff Town to do business? No wonder you drove a big truck here. Master and Jutsu Naya need a frame, so we drove here to exchange and swap with someone named Pavel. Frames? Pavel? So that's why you're here. Wait, you actually came all the way here for frames? The commander has it tough. So this Pavel guy does have military connections and can get the goods. Just don't know what the methods he used. You know him? We do, but we're not on good terms. That guy is very ambitious and wants to fight for power and profit in Cliffwatch Town. He's always eyeing Dilu and Old Yellow, but we have no intention of selling. Shisui patted the mechanical warhorse she was riding as she spoke. Also, that kid can't stand the fact that we wing hussars took the commission to protect Cliffwatch Town and the surrounding areas. He's been trying to use money to break the situation, but Liu's heavy hand has kept them suppressed. I really don't know why he's so obsessed with this place. Aside from a direct fight, he's used almost every trick in the book. So they are bad guys. Alright, it's decided. The hero will launch an operation to rescue the warlord and the strategist. Mr. Pavel isn't a bad person. His credibility as a merchant is guaranteed, and we've worked together against the Varyegas before. It's just that he's a bit overly obsessed with arm expansion and has been trying to integrate the surrounding settlements with a more militarized group under his own PhD company. We don't want that. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Since Jutsu Naya and Phelan are here, do you want to visit the Cliffwatch Town market? The market sells lots of delicious food, and it's quite big too. Otherwise, there would be no need for the winged hussars to handle security. But we can't leave the frame here. Looking at the dejected Fei Lin and Jutsu Nanya, Liu smiled gently. Then leave both the vehicle repairs and tonight's accommodation to us. With this level of damage, if you lead it to the Winged Hussars workshop, it can probably fix in the next few hours. Huh? Is it really okay to accept such a generous gift from our ally? Of course! We are partners fighting for the commander together. Just in time to celebrate this reunion, I want to hold a dinner party for everyone. Yeah, don't be polite with us. Don't you want to taste my handmade barbecue feast? Although I don't know if it can awaken Jutsu Naya's memory of Griffin's food. The taste is definitely top-notch. I also bought all the unfinished drinks and food from the Griffin cafeteria and stored them at low temperatures. Tasting the flavors of the past is no problem either. Whoa. Not only helping to fix the car, but also a free big meal. Compared to the impersonal silica port, Griffin partners are reassuring. It really fits my previous impressions with Liu. Then it's settled. Liu clapped her hands to the Winged Hussars members behind her. 3 riders come with Shisui and me to tow up the car up. Others withdraw. We're hosting distinguished guests tonight. Ooh. With Liash's command, the mechanical warhorses began to gallop, pulling the truck. Dushiknaya laughed in the driver's seat. Forward! Forward! So amazing! Balin did not marvel at the warhorse performance like Dushiknaya, but rolled down the window and looked up at the defense position gradually emerging in her field of vision. Before my eyes was a... They keep swapping to her perspective, and it's a little annoying because it has no indication of that. Before Phelan's eyes was a high wall cast from beside materials. Not only were orderly searchlights set up on it, but operational radars and mobile firing platforms were also visible. Hey Federico, how's it going? To defend against elites, it was also equipped with hot-up isolation fences and nozzle spraying napalm. To be able to build such perfect fortifications in such a harsh environment. Is this also the result of Leo and Shisui's work? While Bassi and I were taking kids to smash windows, you guys were way too amazing, weren't you? This is the result of pulling the strength of the surrounding settlements. Of course, it's also thanks to Liyu's financial resources. The mechanical warhorses dragged the truck to the foot of the high wall. The blast-proof gate covered the heat-resistant concrete slowly opened, driven by hydraulic devices, welcoming their arrival. Yeah, she can literally keep Griffin afloat. The actual, like, the thing is, it's the actual Griffin, not the downsized Griffin. So she has a lot of fucking money. Wow, the door opened by itself? Did the Archangel sense the aura of the hero and open the path of audience? What the fuck, douches Nanya? It's just a door. No, it's an automatic door. You really need a major overhaul. Everyone knew you were visiting and started repairing long ago. Let me welcome you again, Phelan, Dushif Nanya. Partners from Griffin's past. You come a long way. Please, let me, Liushi, be a good host. Welcome to Cliffwatch Town. Why is she so autistic? I'm only hearing sound in one ear right now. Hold on, give me 1 second. There we go. Okay. I had to fix my pushing the plug. I'm actually autistic myself, you know. Don't worry, I have ADHD. We're in this together. Yoo-hoo! FNC! What delicious food is there today? FNC! FNC! Oh, right, she's gone too. Can't be helped. I'll just have it eat it all myself. Type 56-1 held her tray and sat down in the center of the empty cafeteria. The sound of chewing food soon followed. but compared to the past, it seemed a bit monotonous. The deliciousness that once smoothed her now tasted like chewing wax. The doll tilted her head, pondering the current situation. Everyone really has left. Eating alone. No matter how delicious the food is, it has no flavor. Speaking of which, why am I the only one who needs to eat so much? The fact that I have an appetite even though the commander's gone, it's a bit annoying. Should it be like this? But food tastes best when it's eaten with everyone. I just got this fat all by myself. Commander, that fried chicken from back then. I really want you to treat me to it one more time. Ah, General! You want to eat? Why are you crying? Did you think of the commander? Don't cry. Here's some pot stewed meat for you. Type 56. From now on, what are we going to do? Miss Hellion said the commander won't be coming back. Miss 56, we already have nowhere left to go. Is that so? Even you feel lonely? Then, I just thought this too. Shall we go find a commander? I still want to cook for the commander. Everyone wants to cook for the commander, holy shit. With you here, we won't have to worry about not having enough money for food. If the commander leaves and our home is gone, let's just find a commander and build a new home. Is this really okay? Then what should we do first? Well, I haven't thought about that yet, but I want to... I know what needs to be done right now, and that is... eat! Here, eat this. Get more of us not enough. I have no appetite. Wait, I'll eat it myself. Stop stuffing with beef. I won't eat. Hello? Ghost from Line 1 music all of a sudden? Yeah, so now we have we have three dolls that can cook extremely well now. Chisui, Sabrina, and I keep forgetting how to pronounce her name. Kwangji, I guess you can say. Girls Line 1 meets the kids cured his soul. Captain China. Yeah, I call her that instead. Yellow Zone. Winged Hussars Camp. Night. The bonfire crackled in the night wind, and the aroma of the food filled the air. Springfield G36? I guess we can call that... See, I associate them with, coffee. Coffee and tea. I don't associate them with food. You mean Kuihua? Yes. Captain China, yeah. On the table were fragrant barbecue, a tower of cans piled into a small hill, and various drinks. The dolls were feasting. Is this temptation from the abyss? I'm not sure where the reference is. is simply a feast enough to make the brave fall.
You tell me you ain't wanting one of Springfield's apple pies. Alright, fair enough. What about Sharkery? Sharkery is... She's lumped into G36 and... or Centralisi in Springfield.
I should prepare some for the strategist and warlord too. They're probably happy as well. Everything is truly delicious. Shisui is cooking as good as ever. But such rich ingredients make one wonder if this is really the yellow zone. But sure enough, even here there are no fresh vegetables. The commander probably wants to sell tomatoes here. Hero, investigate the market price.
Leishwa smiled and raised her glass to Nanya and Phelan.
Unfortunately, it's time for New Year shopping recently.
Oh, Chinese New Year? Okay. So it's technically a seasonal event. That's what they're doing.
So many supplies were delayed on the road. So tonight's arrangement is a bit simple. Please bear with us. Simple?
Ducey Knight looked at the table full of food.
Fox Princess. Was she really a doll like us before? Or did Griffin have some money-making secret I forgot? I actually lost the most important part of my memory! No, there's no such secret manual. Leo has a terrifying luck with money since back then. No matter what she does, she makes a fortune. Master was often given expensive gifts back then. It's just that Leo was still confused back then and didn't know how to use the money at all. But it seems she's still... Even though she's basically a millionaire, she still works in the Yellow Zone. Leo hasn't changed a bit.
We're the Tomato King, not the commander.
Is everyone dissatisfied with my arrangements? Although preparation takes some time, there are dehydrated seafood products and things from the White Zone in the warehouse. No, we didn't mean that. We didn't come all the way to Mooch on a meal.
Just an oil baron.
I was just lamenting that while Bassie and I were playing pranks on Miss Lydia, Leo actually established such an amazing stronghold in the Yellow Zone and already looks like a reliable leader. I feel like only a doll like that can go back and report to the master with her head held high. Leader? I will provide support in terms of taxes and funding. The Winged Hussars was formed by everyone who aspired to protect Cliffwatch Town. Compared to the things I just heard you say about the commander, my side is really insignificant. After all, you saved the city.
Thinking of that familiar figure, Leo's eyes gradually became soft and nostalgic.
Doll community. Is that the name? So the commander and everyone are gathering in such a place now. Establishing a community of mutual aid, relying on facilities in the ruins, while developing agriculture in the community, and using this to unite the surrounding people. What a hopeful idea. Just thinking that even 10 years haven't worn down his fighting spirit. That's really great. Although I haven't had time to meet Master yet, I heard from Duce Nanya that Master has gathered many like-minded partners to change the Yellow Zone. To welcome a bright future, the commander, the leader, and Helen, everyone is working very hard. So the War Master and I, along with Fox and Strategist, must also work hard to complete the mission. The commander's mission? I really envy you. I haven't had such happiness for 10 years. That's great. The commander is not only safe and sound now, but has also become everyone's support again. He really is still the person we loved and swore to follow. Leah raised her hand and gently wiped the corner of her eye. Ever since the commander left Griffin, my heart has never been at ease. After all, he always likes to shoulder everything alone. Are you talking about Griffin? Hearing a familiar name, Shisui also came over. You didn't know? When Griffin was reorganizing, Leo took her entire fortune straight to Hellion, saying she wanted to help Griffin get through the crisis. She offered everything she had? As expected of the gorgeous, as expected of the generous general. Leo's savings. That must have been quite a large sum, right? I'm not very good at numbers. I just wanted to help everyone as much as I could, within my own means. Miss Hellion said that while she understood my intentions, Griffin was facing structural adjustments that couldn't be solved by simple financial aid. No amount of money would fix the problem. With the commander's departure, the Griffin I knew inevitably came to an end. Indeed. A Griffin without a master. Thus, nothing won't linger there.
Yeah, fuck those other commanders. They all died anyways.
After gaining freedom, I actually spent a period of time in confusion. Since I couldn't help Griffin, what else could I use my money for? At that time, it was Shisui who encouraged me, saying that if home is no longer where it was, we must find where the new home is. And then, this rich lady and I went out together to find a commander. I heard from an intel dealer who frequents the same shop that an amazing bounty hunter driving a mobile base started operating in Yellow Zone. As soon as I heard the description, I knew he must have been a commander. Since Leo had money to burn and I had strength to spare, we decided to come to Yellow Zone to check it out. One thing led to another, and we ended up settling in Cliffwatch Town.
Still better than Nikkei Grunt Commanders, true. At least Nikkei Grunt Commander exists.
Back then, this place was also played by elites. We thought the commander wouldn't just sit by and watch, right? At first, Shisui and I just wanted to set up a camp here to stop as a place where local residents could exchange supplies, then continue to looking for the commander. However, as the camp was built, more and more people flocked here. To accommodate them, we had to open up new territories, and the crises increased accordingly. At that time, we thought, although we couldn't contact the commander directly due to the protocol, we could do something that might help him in the future. Like a stronghold that can provide supplies in the retreat, as well as manpower that can be useful at critical moments. Maybe the commander will need manpower and arms. We wanted to prepare it all for him. So, I invested all my funds into building this place. After all, you guys know Leo's spending habits. She's really generous. Over the years, with the injection of large amounts of resources, more and more people came to settle here, leading to the current Wing Hussars.
That is true. Linting was one of the last ones to quit.
I have a question. So where did these hell horses come from? What? What hell horses? We modified those ourselves. The area around Sentinel Town, Clifftown, used to be a Neo-Soviet military zone. You can often see spare parts and such. Once we found several transport trucks buried in the canyon, they seemed to have overturned in an accident. Fortunately, the cargo containers weren't completely destroyed. Inside, we found a prototype Dilu that leadership rides now, along with enough various spare parts to assemble about 30 mass production models. It just so happened that we were procuring equipment to set up a simple workshop at the time, so we asked Miss Lishua to spend a fortune by buying a large amount of materials to repair them. Is there also a factory? Can we go see it? Oh, of course. How about it? Everyone full? Let's go. I'll take you to see the workshop. Isn't this a Loveberry song? This is trauma dumping me. Oh no, wait, this isn't Loveberry. This is the exploration track. Yeah, this is the exploration track from Girls 191. The dolls left the camp and arrived at an open area in the rear. Welding machines, machine tools, and sniping presses, rarely seen in the yellow zone, were housed under metal sheds. Various vehicles were parked outside, including modified two-wheelers and four-wheelers equipped with firepower modules. Several mechanics are maintaining these vehicles. So there are not only apocalyptic warhorses, but also mini-wheeled mounts. You're manufacturing weapons! Huh. Leo and I spent a lot of time and money collecting these from all over. We finally managed to piece together a functional production line. If we can make warfare mounts, that would be even better! Although the Shadow's idea is romantic, I think it's too impractical. We did try many different types of vehicles, but since it's mountainous terrain, most environments require stronger mobility and obstacle crossing ability. So what we rely on the most, and the symbol of the Winged Hussars, are still Dilu and the others. Mia pointed at the other side of the field, where a group of similar-looking mechanical horses were being tuned up at the starting line. Yeah, it's combat exploration. Tsuchinoya's eyes lit up instantly. Whoa! It's warhorses! I'm surrounded by the warhorses of the apocalypse! These are all the mass-produced models currently available. Although there are no significant differences in appearances, their performance focus is actually different. Some have strong climbing ability, some have strong jumping ability, and can perform different tasks in actual combat. The dial units are military-grade mechs with high parameters in all aspects. They are also equipped with radar functions that can detect human vital signs, even infected, and radiation. They are our indispensable best partners. Hi. Big Sister C-Suite, Big Sister Lishwa. You're back? Do we have guests? Hearing the noise, a petite girl holding a wrench ran over hurriedly from the back, followed by two older Winged Hussars members. Finley's ears twitched because she noticed the girl's figure and speech didn't seem like someone who grew up in the harsh yellow zone. Rather, like the Zoe she knew, she seemed to have run out from a town with at least a quasi-green zone environment. I am a member of the Winged Hussars. My name is Vera. I was preparing to calibrate the components for Dilu and Ahuang. Okay, that's another horse. And Ahuang, so I didn't notice. Vera? That's amazing! Learn mechanical modification at such a young age? Who taught you? Thanks to Phelan's leading curiosity. Vera's face turned redder and redder. I like tinkering with machines. These skills are taught to me by my dad and brother. Your brother? My brother's just like Big Sister Lishwa. A gentle, kind person who is very considerate of others. But he is no longer here. It was Big Sis Leo and Big Sis Shiswa who took me in. So I hope I can help Big Sis. Don't let Vera age fool you. She is our ace little mechanic here. And Mei Ling is grumbling. So cool! It's amazing that such small hands can repair such big machines. Yeah, it really is amazing. I have a friend by your age who is also a very talented child. I really want to introduce you to. Also, there seem to be a lot of child geniuses rolling in now. Dusha, Nanya, and Phelan couldn't help patting Vera's head, then looked at the two people behind her. I still can't tell. That's go normal. You all are dolls who were with the boss in that place called Griffin in the past, right? The boss often talked about you. Okay, that is a dude. Cool. Okay, that's a dude. That's definitely a girl. Alright, got it. Oh, they have names! But why are they faceless? He is Luca, Amy, Vada. You're both winged hussars who followed the boss earliest. We followed the boss earliest. But currently, we do more maintenance work. After all, we can't leave it all to Vera. By the way, Boss Shisui, we're ready. We must win big today. Alright, can't wait. Wait, what? Is there something fun? With horses in the field, need you ask? Shisui clapped her hands, and several mechanics immediately selected 3 prepared mechanical horses. This is our Winged Hussars classic event, horse racing. It tests the performance of the mechanical horses and serves as a form of entertainment for our Winged Hussars. How old is Mei Ling? 21. How about it? Does everyone want a place? A bet and play? Ah. Horse betting. Alright. I'm picking up what you're putting down. First come, first served. Since it's a fated duel, I'll choose the one that the general rode before. That's the hero's intuition. Then I'll choose the left one. Its ears look prettier. Then it's settled. Best place. Attention everyone! Our mechanical horses are equipped with perception systems. As long as we launch a feint attack in its direction, we can activate the sensors and make it run harder. Can we determine the warhorse forward speed through our cooperation? That's right. Injecting fighting spirit into the mechanical horses is also very important. I see. Then let the warhorse seize victory under the hero's guidance. So what do we do here? Ensure Deuce's Nanya's horse wins first. I mean... how do I do that? Do I have to hit it? Wait, let me just read his shit. Immune damage to fixed damage, immune to after taking damage. All mobility changes can trigger 1 time per round. Okay. Just auto? Okay.
私の腕を信じろ。私の腕を信じろ。私の腕を信じろ。
Damn, okay.
これで終わらせる。瞬きしている場合か。
Oh, this one takes forever. This one take forever. You know what? This is a perfect time to order some food. Let's see. As long as Pro Force is winning, it's fine. It doesn't matter. But I feel like it would be faster if...
Pair donated 5. Perfect time for the gifted sub and food help.
Thanks, Dylan. I appreciate that. But yeah, as long as she's up front, it's fine. Fuck, they're already done? Okay, hold on. No! I'm still deciding on what I want.
Warhorse of the Apocalypse, charge! Just at the last moment, the Warhorse Dushatnaya chose burst with amazing speed, crossing the finish line first by half a body length.
Slow, I know. Hold on, let's do one thing real quick. Oh, she says hell yeah. That's funny. What, a new girl on a horse? You mean Liu? Actually didn't check that, so I actually don't know myself. I had to actually go to the recruitment list, but I'm pretty sure Dylan knows.
Hell yeah! This is the bond between a hero and her beloved horse. Please hear me from now on, partner. No, who said it's yours? This is Liu's mount. You're getting ideas about the... You're getting the wrong idea about the boss. Well, turns out not only did I lose, but I lost completely. Can't be helped. I accept my defeat. But due to Nanya's observation skills, and choosing Dilu were pretty good too. The general's mount must be the strongest. Can't actually know. I noticed during the battle just now that Dilu is older than the other horses. Although it's a prototype, its performance shouldn't be as good as the one I chose. What is the key to victory? Your observation skills are indeed amazing. Everyone, please look. Leo walked up and gently patted Dilu's back. Dilu lowered his head obediently, revealing the identification code on his forehead that had been covered. Pegasus Type 1? Correct. Dilu's designation is Pegasus Type 1, meaning it is a prototype for all mechanical horses, and it can also assess and manage their neural clouds. So it knows very well how to compete against other war horses, how to adjust his pace, and when to exert force to catch up. Short distance might be suspenseful, but in long distance races, Dilu's odds are usually the highest. There's such nuance? The games I played did have similar sayings. I was careless. But was Dilu originally this special? I thought it was just a prototype. Dilu can clearly understand tactical intentions. While commanding other mechanical horses is even more efficient than us dolls controlling dummies. Oh wow, they remembered that. 30 war horses haven't even reached its capability limit. However, because the Winged Hussars mechanics are good at hardware modification, but not really good at software, so until now, we have only unlocked part of Dilu's skills, and a large amount of information exists in unknown areas. You can let Helen and Dandelion take a look, and Mei Ling too. Is Miss Dandelion also the commander? That's really... Let's talk about the Ebon commander. Regarding Miss Mei Ling, was she a companion from Griffin before? Mei Ling's the commander's current adjutant. There's also Arid and Swami, and Helen is also commander's right-hand woman. And people we absolutely cannot forget are Springfield and... Why did the commander get Kalina as adjutant? Wait, who's Ulrid? Was there someone like that before? Why has Helen changed so much? And what do you mean Voyamosina's in charge of cooking underground? Who is Voyamosina? While Dusha, Nanya, Liu, and Shisui were talking enthusiastically, Feeling cast her gaze towards Vera. Perhaps because she had lived with human girls for a long time, Feeling had a sharper understanding of their emotions than other dolls. And at this moment, for some reason, a sorrowful atmosphere radiated from Vera. Subconsciously, Phelan walked over. Vera was looking up at Dilu, gently stroking the warhorse's knee. What's wrong, Vera? Big sis Phelan. It's nothing. I'm just checking. Actually, I don't really support letting Dilu race. It's bad for his joints. Did you know? Real living horses can live to be over 20 or 30 years old. Dilu's older than me. If it were a living horse, it would be an old grandpa. Noticing the doll's puzzled look, Vera blushed again. Sorry, saying things to a doll is strange, right? That's not it. Vera thinks Dilu's actually very old and is worried about it. Of course I can understand that. Dolls have the same troubles. Theoretically, as long as we can update our frames, we can keep operating and living on. But, in fact, we don't know how long our neural clouds can operate. But if Dilu has intelligence that Liu said, it must also be able to distinguish what it likes to do from what it doesn't. being able to fight alongside everyone in the Winged Hussars, I think I'd be happy too. Is that so? Maybe. It is so. Looking at Phelan, Vera seemed to smile with relief. She's reached out and grasped a pendant on her chest. But in Phelan's eyes, she felt the sadness hadn't diminished, and was even mixed with some more negative, unspeakable emotions. What am I thinking? Vera is Leo and Shiswa's partner. I should prioritize planning the gift for Master. Leo, Shisui, what should I buy for Master? For the Commander? You must let me help you think. I want a storefront to open a restaurant for the Commander in the White Zone. Give me that! Will do. What do you mean, will do? How turn to give it to you? So Sister Shiswa and Sister Leo can be as happy as they are today. Gazing at the dolls laughing together after Phelan ran over, Vera said with some emotion, "Yeah, it'll be troublesome this goes on." Oh! Hearing a voice behind her, Vera reflexively hunched her shoulders and stepped aside. Oh, sorry. It's been so long you still can't remember. Vera hates people getting close to her. Because I wanted to find a good spot to watch the Commander and the other from afar, so I stood too close to Vera. I think that should have said boss and not Commander. I'm sorry, it's been almost 2 years and I apologize. Everyone here has suffered a lot. If not for the 2 bosses taking us in, Luca and I would have been thrown into the mines to work until we died. Not just us, but everyone in the Winged Hussars and St. Cliff Town can be said to have received the boss's grace. Where else would you find someone who continuously sends so much food and medicine to a starving and freezing village, and often risks dangers for free to help everyone clear out the surrounding elites and bandits? Originally, Century Cliff Town was a grave chosen by the group of desperate people, but they turned into a home. Now, if the bossy hunters want to leave, we can only wish them well. Leave? All Winged Hussar members have this understanding. The bosses will sooner or later return to their beloved commander. After these 2 dolls arrive, I felt that maybe now's the time. But it can't be helped. We can stand our own now, right, Vera? Huh? Although I'm reluctant, if my sisters will be happy, then that's fine. Seeing her companions with mixed joy and worry, Vera looked away quietly.
次の目標を教えてください。
My dad and mom get along. Yeah, so when Dusha Nanya said Helen is Commander's right-hand woman, I'm like, Kukai wouldn't like that. That's what I thought. Give me 1 minute. it's not wrong if they're all the right-hand woman. I guess you can look at it that way, but usually there's only one hand, right? There's only one right hand, I should say. Obviously, you have two hands. Please, please, give me some medicine. My brother is dying. I only have one relative left. Grabbing the black market merchant's trouser's leg, Vera begged desperately. But the other party just looked at her with disgust and easily shook off her thin arm. Miss, looking at your clothes, you were born in the green zone or somewhere even wealthier, right? No wonder you don't understand its common sense. Sympathy and pity can be given out freely, as much as you want. But medicine costs money. Or do you, young lady, not even have this much common sense? We have no money left. But I'm willing to do anything. Please, let me work for you. Regrettably, at your age, the cost of feeding you is much higher than letting you work. You wouldn't happen to be some kind of tech project, would you? I interned at the Institute of Physics and Technology. Okay, damn, okay. Although I don't have achievements, I publish papers and I can cook. My mom taught me. Sounds like a family with a background. No one wants to get involved with a kid with secrets like you. Unless... The black market merchant extended the finger and lifted the pendant around the girl's neck. She sprang back a little, but ultimately didn't resist his action. This is a standard Neo-Soviet information key. Where'd you get this? This is the last thing my mom and dad left us. It's my mom's memento. Please don't take it away. I won't rob you. But if you want the medicine, give it to me yourself. It's the UNSC's world now. Neo-Soviet technology isn't popular, but maybe someone will pay to collect these rare items. What an arc this one dude is on. It's this one generic guy. Yeah, he's been places. And sometimes he has a hat on. Okay. The girl closed her eyes trembling and reached out her trembling hand towards the pendant. In this moment, she felt that her fate had naturally been arranged. Being abandoned, plundered, struggling till the end only to die helplessly like a bug. She seemed to accept such an ending. Then one hand grabbed the black market merchant's wrist, and the other held down her hand that was about to undo the pendant. Wait. Just give her the medicine, boss. I'll pay. Oh, wait. Just give her the medicine, boss. I'll pay. I don't trade with dolls. Don't underestimate me. Operating the Yellow Zone credibility comes first. If you want to buy something, have your master come. Besides, with recent drug price fluctuations, I only sell to old customers. Is this enough? Oh my! I love trading with dolls the most, just because you are so straightforward. Young lady, you're in luck. The black market merchant reluctantly let go of the girls. Why reluctantly? You got money, dude. What do you mean reluctantly? Like, you got a lot of money. You got a fortune. He's like, he reluctantly let it go. Like, I guess he really wanted to make this girl sad. And chose the collapsed pieces right in front of him. The girl blatantly hugged the medicine box, watching the two dolls talking in front of her. Misha, you did this kind of thing again. I'm sorry, Chisui, because this child looks so pitiful. I'm not saying helping others is wrong, but you had to get the change. Forget it. Why are you so rich anyway? My friend left it to me, but compared to that, let's look at this child. It's not about the money, it's about making the kid sad. It's not about the money, it's about the message. The gentle doll approached the girl and stroked her hair lightly, whilst the straightforward doll stuffed a lot of food into her hands. Before realizing what she was doing, the girl was already sitting on the ground, regardless of her appetite, munching away. She didn't even notice what she was drinking, or what she was eating. Only that it was delicious. The dolls watched her, smiling. It was a smile of pure goodwill, altruism, and innocence. She looked at the dolls with teary eyes, her heart filled with touching words of being saved. But, in an instant, a thought that shouldn't have existed crossed her mind. Vera, you must remember, everything we have was taken away by dolls. You cannot be deceived by the beautiful appearance of dolls. Well, I mean, not every doll is. Only the IOP ones. They possess no soul. All that beauty is just to make it easier to deceive and exploit humans. Dolls are tools themselves, and they view interactions with humans as just another tool. They cannot understand emotion itself at all. This voice was like a bucket of ice water, making her consciousness instantly clear and translucent, yet leaving a long-lasting, stinging after effect. Name? What's wrong? You have a sick relative, right? Take the medicine and go back quickly. My name is Vera. Thank you, everyone. Nice to meet you, Miss Vera. I am Liu. And I'm Shisui. What, do you need us to escort you back? The girl shook her head vigorously, turned around, and put her back to them. Here are the names of the two dolls, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. What a melodious, beautiful name. Which one? There's two names you heard. Clearly just tools that were manufactured. Why are they so dazzling and warm? Is that Type 56? Yeah. While scolding her ungrateful, glooming self, she let tears that hadn't fallen when begging the black market merchant slide down her face as she ran forward with large strides. Scavenger realized her limit. Although, as a Synchus fairy doll, using the Ogus protocol allowed her to quickly understand the code in the master control modules shipped from Silicaport, the data volume was too massive. Processing such huge data was very strenuous for her without the corresponding support modules. Fortunately, as a big data expert, Betusa used her own neurocloud computing power to help share a large part of the pressure. But because of this, she has to stay connected to a power source and maintain a state where two neuroclouds were overloading in parallel to carry out the decryption. While Dushif Naya and Fei Lin were celebrating with their Griffin companions, Scavenger's frame continued working despite critically overheating several times. However, she felt immense joy. She obtained a large amount of codes and algorithms related to Synchus Fairy from the master control module. Just understanding them brings satisfaction. As expected, Synchus Fairy technology is the best in the world! Got it. This girl's neurocloud can be activated, Betusa. I know. I'll open the firewall to block redundant information. Don't be careless. No need to worry. This thing is just a production mechanism using Synchus Fairy technology. Its neurocloud should only have basic functionality. Loneliness. Huh? Unable to detect mastermind. No command time. 89,212 hours. Has this unit been abandoned? This girl, although incomplete, is already possesses the ability to think. Hey! Accept my command! Command verification failed. No guidance authority. Accessible permissions. 1. Production list access. 2. Production list mechanism. Tally. 3. Material order list. only the lowest missions, huh? As expected, this kid isn't a complete Senko's module. Or is your status too low, Nixie? Do you want to die? Someone's coming. As footsteps approached, Scavenger saw Pavel walk in with numerous combat weapons and armed personnel. You came quickly. However, I'm afraid your efforts will be in vain. This module requires high-level military authorization to use. Does your key just happen to match? You did well, Miss Scavenger. The frame is yours. Pavel snapped his fingers, and the two people placed the box containing Senko's favorite elite frame in front of Scavenger. Why don't you go play with your doll friends? Scavenger suddenly sprang from her spot, stepping on the ceiling before the human eye could react. The doll brandished her blade, whipping up two curtains of light to slice through the blocking combat mechs and stood before Pavel. However, the guards protecting Pavel opened full fire. Just as Scavenger was about to sweep them away, a notification message appeared before her eyes. Her eyes stagnated, and she retreated, gradually being forced into a dead end. Good guy. You never intended to do business properly from the start, did you? It's you who didn't want to finish what we started, right? Unfortunately, I am very familiar with Senko's fairy dolls. But the Christian process just now consumed a massive amount of power. You have at most 11% now, right? Oh? No wonder your electricity meter was felt particularly weak. Were you deliberately controlling my power level? I told you, I am very familiar with Senko's fairy dolls. Because all these years I've been researching, reviewing, and also pondering one thing. Why couldn't you defeat Griffin back then? None of your business! Sketcher tried to retreat into the corridor, but the path there had already been blocked. She moved around, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Pavel. But the young merchant, guarded by numerous escorts, merely reminisced with her in a nostalgic tone. The surrounding doors have all been locked down. If I die here, you can't get out either. Surrender, Miss Scavenger. Don't worry. My opinion lies with your master, King Tomato. Okay, sure. The people of the Yellow Zone today are increasingly seeking order, security, and development. And only those with military capabilities can provide all of this. I hope to join King Tomato's cause and invest in that person's outstanding battlefield talents. Currency, forged in iron and fire, and your actions just now are helping me obtain that currency. I won't damage your frame or your neurocloud. I just want you to stay out of my way while I work. What work? Is it still about those horses you read about that aren't even on the list? Hearing Scavenger's words, the corner of Pavel's mouth twitched. That's not bragging. Pegasus is a combat weapon developed by Dr. Smolden. It has undergone 3 field tests with good results. Whether cooperating with humans or dolls, it wouldn't be outdated even today. Except for lacking a sufficiently glorious war to validate his theories, Dr. Smolden achieved everything. Although I don't know the actual performance of that thing you mentioned. Even if there were 2 more effective weapons at that time, it wouldn't have had the slightest impact on the course of the war. True, but it has an impact on me. If I can prove that Pegasus is a reliable weapon, that the series of R&D surrounding it was real and meaningful, then you're gonna see what we try. We try what? Regrettably, I can't reveal more here. Unless you are willing to surrender and save me some effort. Before Pavel could finish, Scavenger's blade flew over, piercing the wrist of the mech that blocked in front of him just in time, almost piercing his eye as well. Chilled, Pavel sweated a drop of cold sweat. Scavenger seized a shield from an Aegis guard and rushed out of the studio. After breaking through the intersection with mobile combat robots, Scavenger lost her remaining power. She leaned futilely against the unopened gate, watching Pavel walk towards her. When you start acting up again, be sure to put in a good word for me with King Tomato. The Her frame shut down, and Scandra's near cloud sank into darkness. At the last moment, she thought indignantly, "You got it all right. How annoying." "No, you got it right, Nixie." As suspected, apart from the commander and human cubs, meaning humans aren't that kind. Communication with the outside world is also blocked. It seems Mr. Pavel put a lot of thought into the preparation. This will take some time. Pavel looked at the Sanctuary doll lying on the ground and the massive wreckage of combat mechs she dismantled single-handedly inside. If she had sufficient energy, maybe she really could have broken out. Not destroying the Sanctuary doll and not letting her destroy herself will leave room for cooperation with King Tomato in the future. Although Pavel doesn't know the other party's specific situation, he is very likely the commander for the highest bounty recently who caused the cause of the VIP incident. Unless absolutely necessary, Pavel doesn't want to be enemies with such a potential and threatening target. Lock her up. We have to transfer the captive intact when negotiating with her master. And this guy just said, he's not my master, I'm his master! I'm on top! Saying this, Pavel took out a key from under his collar and inserted it into the master control module unlocked by Scavenger earlier. In the battle just now, Scavenger could have destroyed it, but perhaps due to the mutual appreciation of being synced with fairy products, she didn't. For this, Pavel was very grateful to her. Command validation successful. Administrative permission authenticated. Confirming external hardware information. The pleasant electronic sound ignited with his blood. Pavel realized his fingertips were trembling. The time decided everything had come. He silently entered the command, and the master control module murmured protests of old hardware lacking run-in with a rhythmic mechanical sound unique to ancient computers. But the key finally successfully presented the mechanical horse named Pegasus in a sleek form, and listed all the commands that could be taken based on its neural cloud and functions. "You're right, old man." As if he had practiced for a lifetime, Pavel quickly entered the prepared commands, watching the master control module announce executing. Then turned on the communicator. "Hello? So soon? Okay. I got it. Don't worry. Of course I'm ready. It's finally this day, brother." Crawling out of her bed, Vera put on her coat as quietly as possible, picked up the prepared backpack, and walked towards the area where Pegasus was parked. The war horses stood quietly. She walked to Dilu, stood on tiptoe, and laboriously inserted the key into the back of his head. The warhorse turned confusedly to Vera, who usually maintained it. Red and blue lights flashed alternately in his eyes, finally fixing on a conspicuous red. Dilu's fine struggle pained Vera. It shook his head desperately as if sick, trying to shake something off, but in the end, it jerked his head weakly, letting the twitching and trembling slowly cease. "I'm sorry, but I can't let the important you fall into the hands of the dolls." Vera opened her arms and hugged Dilu's head, as if soothing the mechanical horse. "Okay, done. Next, just climb up." She went to Dilu's saddle and reached up to climb up. Dilu's wasn't a tall doll, so this shouldn't have been difficult. But riding on Dilu, she and Shisui had always looked so reliable, so tall. Vera subconsciously looked in the direction of the barracks, but met a pair of intertwined blue and red eyes, scaring her so much her legs went weak instantly. "Vera? It's me. Thought someone was sneaking in. I'm sorry?" Does Vera have anything to apologize for? I was worried about these conditions, so I came out to maintain this child. Did I wake you up just now, Pegasus, Phelan?
Kill her! Damn.
Wake me up? Nope. I don't sleep because I never knew when enemies might show up. But did something happen to Dilu? Watching Phelan bypass her and walk towards Dilu, Vera was convinced that apart from the opportunity before her, there would be no other chance. If she rode Dilu away, the doll would definitely catch her and bring her back, or even shoot her directly. A sudden strangeness froze Phelan's steps. She turned and hugged Vera, jumping quickly to avoid the terrifying powerful rear kick from Dilu. Missing this strike, the warhorse galloped towards the gate, leaped vigorously, alternately stepped on the roofs of the camp, and flicked directly over the wall. However, even with movements as swift as thunder, Phelan grabbed the mechanical warhorse's reins even faster. Like a rider taming a Pegasus, she followed it over the wall, followed it by a loud crash from behind the wall. Vera, weak in the knees, sat on the ground in terror, but by this time, others had naturally been awakened and rushed out. Vera, are you okay? The doll rushed to Vera immediately and picked her up. Vera gazed into those eyes flickering with anxiety and concern, subconsciously biting her lip until she tasted the rusty flavor of blood. Dilu something crazy and rushed out. Pegasus Phelan went to chase it. Whoa! What's happening? Is the warlord's hometown attacking? Leisha, don't let Vera stay out in the open. Come here, quickly. Wake everyone up. Emergency! On the mountain road that should have been quiet and peaceful at night, the hoofbeats of steel warhorses tore through everything. The petite bestiary doll hung onto the horse's back, trying her best to stop the behemoth weighing over a ton. Well, Dilu, what's wrong with you? Slow down! Is it an electronic warfare intuition? Intrusion. Phelan gripped the reins tightly, trying to slow the warhorse down, but it was absolutely futile. Just keeping her body from sliding off the mechanical warhorse took all of her strength. When Dilu jumped straight off the roadside, Phelan reflexively let go of the reins and jumped in the opposite direction, then watched helplessly as Dilu leaped into the abyss. Fire wings erupted from the mechanical warhorse's sides, like a dragon horse from mythology. It stopped its fall in mid-air, glided down into the valley below, and disappeared from Phelan's sight. Jump back? So there's that trick too. Leo really got herself an exaggerated pet. If Baxi knew, she'd definitely try to catch an even bigger one and end up riding a demon dog to the Elmo. But what is going on? No, 1 minute. Yeah, I just need a little bit. I'm handling something right now. I guess there's a little bit of problem having to do this while working on some other things in the background. Let me see. Ah, here it is. No, it's not the redacted folder. Not Falcon. Alright, I'm good. For now. I think after this scene, or this node, I'll order food. Like, because at that point, it'll be 9 o'clock for me. I'm honored to meet you, Miss Liushi. I am Pavel Schmolin, one of the merchants who have benefited from the protection of Cliffwatch Town by you and your partners. I came to visit today, no other reason than the needs of our military contractor business. I would like to purchase that group of mechanical warhorses from you. I'm sorry, Ms. Pavel. As a partner in building Cliffwatch Town, I really want to fulfill your wish, but Dilu, the mechanical warhorses, are like family to the Winged Hussars. Emotional arguments? A doll talking about feelings. Really makes a human want to laugh. Hey, are you done talking? If you're done, please leave. At least you better calculate what a wasteful thing you've done, right? They were supposed to be weapons active on the battlefield, but instead they are used as delivery motorcycles and rescue dogs. This is not only a waste of technology, but for the people who originally built it, it could even be called a blasphemy. Don't you have any self-awareness of this? I mean, you're literally talking to war dolls here. Anyway, perhaps you're right, Mr. Pavel. But even those trivial little things you look down upon need someone to do them. With Dilu's help, the Winged Hussars can reach the scene fastest and flexibly complete various rescue missions according to the situation. In mountainous terrain, there are no transfer mechs more efficient and capable and stable than Dilu and the others. So please forgive me, I cannot meet your request. Then how about this? I can provide armed helicopters for the Winged Hussars in exchange for the temporary lease of one of those prototypes. What do you think? Although we are dolls, we will not exchange our family. Miss Liushi, since you are a doll, you should at least be sensitive to numbers, right? I'm sorry, my math's really not very good. So, this number. Is this a number? I can't. You should go back. Neither Liushi or I will sell Dilu and the others. It's not a matter of money. We don't have funding problems right now. And we won't in the future. Pegasus. I said those warhorses are called Pegasus. Is that so? I understand. Next time I'll come visit with more funds prepared. You are good at negotiating, Miss Liushi. Very well. Good at negotiating? Me? Regrettably, I'll seem to only have made Mr. Pavel angrier. He just refused to admit defeat. Don't take it to heart. Driving an all-terrain vehicle assembled from the Wing Hussars camp, Naya and Leash caught up with Phelan at dawn. The latter had managed to climb down the cliff, scanning for clues left by Dilu. Fox Princess! I can't contact Warlord and Strategist anymore. I don't know if communications are blocked or what happened. Could it be that Mr. Pavel really has a problem? Nanya? Leisha? I marked the traces left by Dilu along the way. Thank you so much, Phelan. This route indeed leads to the area of activity of Mr. Pavel's forces. I hope it's just a coincidence. Following the guidance of Pegasus footprints, Leisha's squad turned into an inconspicuous fork in the road. Soon after, the dolls discovered a small stronghold hidden in the mountain road. Is this the Demon King's fortress? Something seems to be moving at the entrance. Let me see. Phelan raised her binoculars and focused her gaze on the wriggling silhouette in the shadows. There are many patrol units stationed in the front of the stronghold, including prowlers and diner gates. They all seem to be synchronous ferry machines, similar to the models Mr. Pavel prepared before. In Bassie's words, his suspicion levels have skyrocketed. Since Mr. Pavel can get so many combat mechs, why is he so obsessed with Dilu? And how did he manage to control Dilu remotely? Fox Princess? Could it be the server we brought the warlord in who did it? I was thinking the same thing just now. Everything is too coincidental. The probability of no connection is actually lower. Liu, although Pavel already has many combat weapons, those are all products that can be bought on the market. Dilu and others are weapons that don't even exist in Griffin's database. Dilu is even a prototype. Its value is very high. Mr. Pavel is willing to pay the price of dozens of military frames for that server, showing he definitely stands to gain. At the time, Mr. Pavel also promised me a higher bid, but I don't think he wanted to buy Dilu for profit purposes. Just catch him and make him hand over the warlord and strategist and force out the truth. There's actually Phelan, art and translation having a little too much fun. No, that was actually in the files. The translators try to be as accurate as possible. There's only one case, which was needle and igla. Because igla means needle, but the fan translation went with needle, even though the voice work clearly said igla, so who knows. That's the only time where I think that was more like a fan choice rather than accuracy. Otherwise, they always aim for accuracy. By the way, are the warlord and strategists that Dushinaiki's hotpots also former Griffin companions? They're Senka's fairy dolls found by Commander. They hadn't been activated during the Griffin era. There are 2 neural clouds residing in the body, but neither of them is a bad person. Senka's fairy. Indeed, Dilu's design has many Senka's fairy's components. Come to think of it, why did we find Dilu in the Cliffwatch town? Imagine the official E ending was elegant. Just as Liu was deep in thought, Phelan raised a hand, signaling to the 2 dolls to get down with her. Metal signatures were scanned ahead, exactly the proximity mines the dolls were familiar with. Then Phelan quickly marked the positions of turrets and surveillance cameras for Dusuk, Nanya, and Lisha one by one. It takes quite some time to go around. Ah, Fox Princess, General, watch out for the shadows wriggling in the darkness. Prompted by Duship Nanya, the other two dolls also locked into the patrolling scouts and diner gates. The defenses is very tight, classified as heavy level. And looking at his defense layout, there is both heavy firepower on high ground and roaming raid units. Such rigorous defense logic means Mr. Pavel's military literacy is definitely not poor. It seems the Braves guess was correct. That Demon King and the bandits are indeed birds of the feather. Leo nodded, affirming Dushinanya's guess. Anyway, let's sync the coordinates to Shishwa and everyone in the wing hussars first. This area seems to be signal blocked. Just as Leo was operating a terminal, several black gun barrels extended from above the stronghold, aiming at the top of Leo's head. Muzzles aimed at Leo's direction, spewing crimson tongues of fire. General, watch out! Leo was startled and looked unexpectedly at Dushinanya, who pulled her away. The latter was on a hurry, unslinging her weapon from her back, looking like she was long used to dealing with such scenes. Leo, are you hurt? I'm fine. Everyone, stay safe. Prepare to counterattack.
Alright. Who decided to fire at our babe? Someone's neck needs to be snapped.
逃げられる。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
テンション上げてこう。交換するなら今のうちよ。
Just make sure everything is good on my end. Okay. After a round of exchange fire, the U squad successfully destroyed all the mechanical units in the front row. Oh, after the notice done, not at the combat. Moreover, however, more and more firepower emerged from above the stronghold. The dense bullets forced the dolls to retreat repeatedly behind cover.
Whoa! Why are there so many of these guys? The main thing is, we don't know the situation inside. If we force our way through, we might run straight into a trap. Although the hero's fearless, changing tactics before mana runs out is part of strategy. General, you must make a decision quickly. It's okay. The reconnaissance objective for this time has been completed anyway. During the firefight just now, I noticed that the reinforcements units all came running out from the rear right direction. It seems the enemy's defense is tightest in this area. The Joe meant here, right? Duship Nanya quickly made a mark on the terminal. This is probably the location of the warehouse. Even though we really want to take it back now, with the firepower of the three of us, our frontal breakthrough seems to be a bit dangerous. It seems we also need to devise some tactics. Just as Lisha, Phelan, and Dushinanya infiltrated Pavel's stronghold, a convoy was advancing on the mountain road leading to the Ring Hussars camp. Leading the way was Pavel, followed by his subordinates and self-propelled vehicles carrying heavy firepower such as mortars. I didn't expect your tactical level to be so high, boss. I just studied the Tomato King's war report in Makush. I had the true power behind the scenes, luring the enemy to pounce, and then striking hard at their exposed vitals. A very effective tactic. But in this case, our base, want to be destroyed? With the power of Leo and those few dolls, they probably can't be trapped, right? But enough to distract them for 17 to 23 hours. Then that's enough. As for the stronghold, you don't need to worry. We'll soon have a bigger stronghold, more weapons, and a more luxurious stage. It's great fun on a boss like you. As expected of the young master of the White Zone. An intellectual. I heard you had the backing of the conglomerate lords. I heard you had the backing of the conglomerate lords. I wonder why you're hanging out with people like us in the Yellow Zone. Since you know our backing, aren't you speaking a bit too presumptuously? No, sorry. My bad. However, those dolls in the wing hussars aren't to be trifled with. Can we really take down that camp in such a short time? Although we have the advantage in numbers and equipment, that fortress-like camp won't be easy to take. You should read more books. In history, defenses claim to be impregnable, collapsing from within are commonplace. Your job's well and wait to witness a brand new page in the history of Cliffwatch Town. While Liu, Feilin, and Dushifnanya tried to infiltrate the stronghold, the winged hussars also prepared for battle. For safety reasons, Shishui shut down all warhorses to prevent the controlled Dilu from affecting other warhorses. Fortunately, the workshop also built a variety of vehicles and weapons. Coupled with rigorous daily training, the winged hussars was confident in defeating any enemy. I said I wasn't going to do it, so I just need like a second. Okay, I'm good. Why can't I contact Lisha? Is it Pavel's do it again? That guy has been making shady moves all the time, and he finally succeeded this time. Boss Shisha, let's attack directly. We haven't had a chance to use the heavy firepower recently, so let's set off a big firework this time. No. Leo told us not to act rashly. Our greatest responsibility is to guard our camp while Leo and the others are on their mission. Currently, only Dilu is lost. It won't affect our overall combat power. Everyone get red. Just as Shishu was giving instructions to the others, a signal also came out from the outpost. It seemed a unit had bypassed the defenses and intruded into the winged hussars' defensive range. The highest crisis siren blared. The winged hussars immediately jumped up from their positions and rushed to the post they usually practice defending. Engage! Arm yourselves, everyone! A feeling of unease rapidly, and Shishi's Nuaclor. Liu, Feilin, and Dishunai are far away at this moment. It looked almost as if they had been deliberately lured away by a stratagem. Compared to herself being attacked, Chishu was really worried about Liu. She feared that while she was pinned down, she wouldn't be able to provide effective support to her partner. Of course, there was definitely more than one thing Chishu was worried about. The winged hussars wouldn't be careless about Pavel. Drones, radar, and various detection equipment were all purchased by Liu at great cost and maintained to Griffin standards. Logically speaking, they should have discovered this intrusion long ago. Commander, what should be done at a time like this? I guess that's Commander's words to her. Beat the shit out of him, I guess. She didn't want to think about it, didn't want to ponder, but her duty as Lisha's assistant and camp guardian didn't allow her to evade this thought. Someone orchestrated all this from the inside.
これもみんなのおかげだ。
Social credits. That's funny. Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna hit confirm that with this music playing. But yeah, I'm gonna get a minute. Give me a minute to not be hungry. Almost done. Yeah, this works. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're good. We're ready. We are still in the basement. Staying. Why are you in my base? I don't have a basement. As the passionate singing was accompanied by the melodious hoofbeats of mechanical horses, the people of Cliffwatch Town knew hope was not far away whenever they heard the song of the winged hussars. Whether it's Viagers, Elids, or other threats, the winged hussars charging down from high ground, and the brave doll leading them, can always destroy them with a torrent of steel. At the same time, this is the gentlest army in the Yellow Zone. No matter how insignificant the person, the winged hussars will always crush the enemy regardless of the cost to protect them. Not long after arriving in Cliffwatch Town, Vera witnessed this scene. At the same time, she recognized the two dolls riding at the front of them, the very two who had selflessly helped her. And undoubtedly, they remembered her too. As Vera reached out to them inquiringly, the two dolls immediately noticed her as well. Big Sis Liu, Big Sis Shiswa. Isn't this Vera? Why did you come so far? Are your relatives okay? Seeing Vera shake her head sadly, Chishui also looked gloomy. She dismounted and carefully hugged Vera. Thank you for your hard work. Vera, if you have nowhere to go, stay here. But I... Don't worry about anything. We will take good care of you. There are many capable leaders here who will teach you the necessary skills to survive in the Yellow Zone. After you are ready, Vera, you can leave freely and at any time and do what you really want to do. Welcome back, Batsu. The dolls understood the hardships of the Yellow Zone better than anyone, and knew that a lonely child could never survive alone. So Vera knew very well that they wouldn't abandon her. This is the innocence of dolls. In their eyes, the world is too simple. People are people, life is life. Do as you are told. But Liu and Shisui are different from the other dolls Vera knows, because they no longer need to receive orders from anyone. The authority of freedom? You mean Pegasus Liu and Pegasus Shisui? You built this camp, took everyone in, and organized the cavalry? All just because... Yes, because we wanted to. Because doing so makes us feel happy. I hope that in the future, everything we do now can help the commander, even if the commander just wants us to be happy. Here we go again. It's really disgusting, naive dolls talk about happiness. You have never suffered any hardships such as imitating that commander of yours. Don't treat me gently like this anymore. Hurry up and show your true colors. Don't make me even uglier. Sengo's Fairy. That's technically not Sengo's Fairy's theme. I counted to that. I can't believe Blue Viva stack stamina. Although the combat mechs had superior numbers, it was still futile to break through the Winged Hussar's defensive line. Shisui ran along the wall, loudly encouraging every member and providing cover for them. High-altitude forces were also completely locked onto by the doll's sophisticated fire control systems. Not a single bomb could be dropped inside the camp. Yeah, but there are other times when this theme was played. So it's not exactly SF's theme, although I attributed that as well. Sure enough, even the boss Liu isn't here. Boss Shisui is most reliable. She just eats a bit too much. I heard what you said. You need to be full to fight well. After we finish here, let's have a good meal together. The Winged Hussars shouted, singing their own Song of the Winged Hussars once again. I love this theme, but the cutoff point and the loop pisses me off. It is only in Ghost Frontline 2. The counterattack began. As for Pavel, he finally realized how wise his strategy of not attacking Winged Hussars in the past was. Superior firepower, superior numbers, and prior knowledge of all the Winged Hussars' deployment and even personnel. With Shisui's activity and high morale, they still couldn't achieve any results. Boss, this doll's too much like a monster! We're running out of combat time. If you and others come back, it's just a doll. What are you afraid of? I've dismantled thousands of dolls. Never seen one given orders like this. Our command modules prohibited? That's not the effect of a command module. That is their own power. Fortunately, I have mine too. I like how they're really addressing just how much experience all of the Griffin dolls have now. Evil Pavel isn't stupid. Yeah. Under Shisui's leadership and the Winged Hussar skilled cooperation, the attacking troops were completely repelled. The mortars used to destroy the city wall and the doll positions were also destroyed by drone bombs, leaving the only wreckage on the ground. Watching the remaining troops retreat, the Winged Hussars did not pursue, but cheered together. Scattered tunes of the songs of the Ring Hussars rang out everywhere. Ha! Eat shit, you bastards! Learned your lesson now! Don't let your guard down. Quickly confront our remaining enemies and send the wounded into the infirmary. Yes! Having finished the work at her post, Cheese was high-fived the relieving Wing Hussars members and jumped down from the wall. This is what I like about Ghost of Night. The antagonist is not stupid. Yeah, we came a long way from Macchiato's boss fight, who was just a dude. Like, just a dude. That just so happened to have a mech. Having finished the work at her post, As a doll, her reaction speed and observation skills are far superior to humans. Because of this, the celebratory atmosphere around her didn't affect her judgment. On the battlefield just now, Shisui consistently felt a sense of incongruity pressing on her neural cloud, taking up a portion of her computing power. Yeah, Farkas. I can't believe you remember his name. Even I don't remember his name. Yeah, he's your narrow guy one. Therefore, in the gap where the battle temporarily came to an end, Shisui was able to realize a bad change the fastest. Who's opened the gate? Huh? The sudden news tightened everyone's nerves. What was worse was that the gate opened a crack. A fierce figure rushed in from behind. It was the very figure the Ring Hussars had followed with all their hearts in the past. It's Dilu, don't shoot! No, take it out! The contrasting orders threw the Ring Hussars into confusion, but even if they wanted to shoot, it was hard to hit. The mechanical force furiously overturned the cover, and a portion of the Sengo's fairy troops were falling behind it, invading the camp. Shisui began to regret not calling Liu, Balin, and Dushiknanya back, but she still tried to control the situation, commanding the Wing Hussars to retreat indoors. Just then, enough! Cease fire! Shisui reflexively looked in the direction the voice came from. After seeing the scene there, her eyes widened in panic for an instant, then she glared ahead in anger. Look at us right. You really are bastards! I have no reason to argue with such trifles. Appearing before Shisui was Pavel, who had confronted her and Liu several times, and in his arms was Vera. The girl lowered her head, afraid to make eye contact with Shisui. Let her go! Vera, how could it be? This beast! How did he get in? The Wing Hussars raised their weapons one after another at Pavel, but the trembling Vera made them afraid to act rashly. Under Pavel's instructions, the mercenaries and combat weapons that followed him in did not open fire either, and both sides maintained a tense standoff. Shisui had to acknowledge Pavel's composure, or rather madness. Although the young merchant held a gun, he didn't point it at Vera. Shisui looked at Vera, hoping she would create an opportunity. Vera avoided her gaze. Even if unwilling, the chill sweeping through her body seemed to wake Shisui realize the worst reality. Miss Shisui, right? The camp environment is nice. Dolls playing bandit kings in the stronghold, while humans wander in the yellow zone, living a life of reselling parts. It's really laughable. Man, they have, for like the recent events, they have really been milking the Girls Frontline soundtrack. The first soundtrack I should specify, which I don't mind. I like the soundtrack a lot. What nonsense are you talking about? Put Vera down and maybe we'll let you leave alive here today. Don't worry. I'm as too slow as to hold her hostage. Although the situation is a bit awkward, I am here to discuss a deal with you. Deal? Correct, a deal. The terms are, I let you live. You don't even have to lay down your weapons. Just leave this camp, and neither my people nor my mechs will pursue you. Dream on! You're just a thief who only dares to show up when Boss Lee isn't here. True, but this thief now has superior firepower compared to you. If we continue to fire now, my side would lose at most 10% of our manpower and 30% of our mechs. But you will definitely be wiped out, and I do not wish to see such a scene. Why are you doing this? Apart from who gets the security work from Cliffwatch Town, the Wing Hussars has no conflict with you, right? That's indeed true, but I don't care about the profits of the security force. You and Lee should like to meddle too much. Although I agree there is no selfishness in your actions, seeing that imitation of humans is quite annoying. The next second, Pavel's smile stopped abruptly, and his eyes became sinister and cold. I only said two things: the disbandment of the Wing Hussars, and the recovery of all Pegasus units. You say you're imitating humans? Is that your reason for acting against us? Organizing humans to start the Wing Hussars, manufacturing mechanical vehicles. In the end, you're just executing someone's orders, right? No matter how convincing you make it look, you can't understand the meaning of these actions themselves. It's not. Liu and we... You bastard! Before the bosses came, the people of Central's Clifftown were either robbed by bandits or eaten by Elis infected. It was the bosses who found us food and clothes, precious medicine, gave us weapons, and taught us how to protect ourselves. How could anyone in the Wing Hussars betray them? We are all want to sacrifice ourselves for the boss's order. How pathetic. As humans, you've actually been turned into puppets by the petty favorites of dolls. You're not puppets, and neither is the boss. They have enjoyed their wealth in the green zone, but came to the yellow zone for their beloved commander. Seeing our plight, they didn't hesitate to use their money to help us. How are such bosses not more human than you? No one can give boss orders. They act according to their own hearts. What about you?
Racist loser. I could have had someone saying that.
Do you dare say you are doing these things based on your own will? The surrendered Wing Hussars responded to Ivana one after another, so Pavel could only fire a shot into the sky. It seems you are quite superstitious about dolls. After all, you are country bumpkins from the yellow zones who haven't seen the world and don't understand dolls, right? Indeed, dolls are more efficient than humans, and their judgment is more accurate. But so what? As a leader, there is one thing you cannot fail to understand, and that is betrayal. Unable to foresee betrayal, unable to understand betrayal, such a leader is a disaster. Vera, you want to say it yourself? Okay. What is going on? Actually, I opened the camp gates. Is that so? I installed the receiver on Dilu and tampered with Dilu's master servant permissions too. And after installing these receivers on the warhorses, Dilu can even control their shutdown and startup. Vera snapped her fingers, causing the Wing Hussars to cry out in alarm. A scene so sorrowful it made them teeter appeared before their eyes. The mechanical warhorses, which should have been deactivated and stored in the warehouse, walked into the battlefield with red lights flashing in their eyes just like Dilu. They clustered around Dilu, exerting a self-evident intimidation towards their former partners and companions. No, this isn't true. I think both humans and dolls learned a valuable lesson about betrayal today. Just a little tampering, and the will and the heart of a doll created by humans will collapse instantly, becoming a slave to commands. Just like this horse, as long as there is a higher level of command, it will betray you without hesitation. And humans, Miss Shisui, can you understand human betrayal? You and Leo recruited Vera yourselves. So how did you confirm that you could trust her? Just like you dolls, human thinking is built up by countless choices, but no matter how much data you master, you cannot understand the human hearts. You cannot become human, so naturally you cannot lead humans. In fact, I don't even recommend getting too close to humans. It's for the good of both sides. Bastard! The visual module issued a warning. T-Suite gazed it, turned to the corner. There, a young ranger, under the cover of others, was aiming at Pavel. However, just as Pavel warned, the alert combat mech had already captured the ranger's movements. Just as he raised his gun, the combat mech turned his muzzle towards him. Don't move! Although he heard Chi-Chi's warning, the young Wing Hussars member wore a determined expression. He adjusted his aim and pulled the trigger. At the same time, the combat mechs behind Pavel also strayed towards him. Chi-Chi only managed to move a few milliseconds in advance. Even with the doll's speed, she only managed to place herself between the two scorching muzzles. Back off! No one else on the scene could react. After Pavel and Luca simultaneously stopped both sides from escalating the conflict, Chi-Chi, who had blocked the line of fire from both sides, already had multiple bullet holes in her frame. Chi-Chi! It's okay. I'm very sturdy. Don't move, Farah. You're not everyone's target too. Vera froze and looked up in panic at the Wing Hussars. She had just been with a just... Okay. Vera froze and looked up in panic at the Wing Hussars she had been with just a short while ago. The disdain and hatred in their eyes made her tremble uncomfortably. Since you insist so much on both sides of restraint, can I take it that you will accept my proposal this time? Everyone, abandon camp. Retreat. Go find Liu. Boss? We can't. We can still fight. We can definitely win. Of course we'll win, but that's meaningless. No one needs to die. Listen to me. Take necessary items and abandon the camp. Also, that truck over there was driven by Phelan and the others. Inside are gifts for the commander. Make sure to return it to them. Ignoring the sparks constantly flying from her frame, she slowly crossed her arms. There's no expression on the doll's beautiful face, only a direct stare at Pavel. Tossing the stream back a little under the doll's fierce gaze. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly nodded. Ignoring the protests of the Winged Hussars, Chi-Chi had the healthy cavalrymen help the wounded, pick up the supply packs used for daily missions, and support each other out of the gates. Nobody needs to die but the people that need to. Next thing, you are so bloodthirsty. She herself stood still, confronting Pavel and Vera, who also hadn't moved. Oh, Chi-Chi, you need maintenance immediately. It's okay. You and Ivana take Phelan and Bishop Nanya's things to them, and tell them the commander will definitely like Cliffwatch Town's special caramel pie. Us? Are you not listening to me anymore? Can you still call yourself the Winged Hussars like this? Don't worry, I don't intend to give up on myself. After all, I haven't seen the commander yet. We understand. After firmly telling Luca and Ivana to leave, Chi-Chi made her move. She didn't walk towards the gate, but moved slowly towards the inner side of the camp. Under the aim of countless weapons, she remained calm and composed. Vera? I'm here. You once said you had a sick relative. That relative is Brother Pavel. Back then, Brother Pavel suffered from severe lung disease. It was thanks to Chi-Chi and thanks to you and Liu buying those medicines for me. What? So, the medicine back then was... It was given by Big Sis Liu and Big Sis Chi-Chi. Yeah, dumbass! Hold on. Let's just check, make sure that the pizza is here. Yeah, I got pizza, by the way. Give me here in 2 minutes. Because I thought brother who hates dolls would overthink things if he knew, so I didn't tell you. Is that so? I see. So you didn't lie back then? Right. After hearing Shichi's words, Vera looked up as if struck by lightning, as if unable to face the shame on her face. She covered her face and shook her head. I see. That's great, Vera. I'm happy for you. Yeah? Vera looked at Shisui. The smile on the doll's face was like when they first met. A pure and dazzling kindness she dared not look directly at. Yet at the same time, the bullet holes in Shisui's frame seemed to tear open more cracks. Liu and I have always been worried about you. Being alone in the world without family must be very painful. Although everyone hopes that the big family of the Winged Hussars can heal your pain, the bond between blood relatives is surely incomparable, right? Fortunately, you still have the family in this world. I am really happy for you. Sister Shisui, you're always like this. No choice, I am a doll. As if smiling bitterly in self-mockery, Shisui shook her head slightly. Vera looked at Pavel pleadingly, but he still held Vera's shoulder, and only ordered other attendants to go to the workshop at the rear of the camp. There still stored a large number of weapons and armaments, as well as many devices that Pavel considered extremely valuable. Your frame needs emergency repairs, otherwise a serious accident will occur. Why didn't you retreat with the other Winged Hussars? That is, of course, because I still have questions for you. I have no obligations to answer. Oh? Even as a victor, you still refuse to fulfill this obligation? Since Leo's still here, I don't consider this a victory, nor do I need to take such things from you. I just need to achieve my original goal. Original goal? I need Pegasus. You, huh? You really are persistent. Because Pegasus was designed by your father, but because it couldn't be found in the UNC archives, Mom and Dad were accused. If it's something like that, did you think Liu and I would refuse to help? Now I know that Big Sis Liu and Big Sis Shisui, you definitely would, but even if you knew my mom and dad were working for Griffin enemies, would you still help? The war is over. Before Vera's eyes, Shisui shook her head gently. She took a step forward, but her usually light and steady pace was a bit shaky at this moment. Griffin has always been able to seek coexistence with past enemies. And besides, there is no Griffin anymore. Liu and I are just two masterless dolls looking for the commander. So that's not the reason, is it? At least not the whole reason. Although I believe Vera told the truth this time, besides your father, you have other goals you want to achieve, right, Pavel? Yes. I want to achieve great feats, build Klufash's talent to a second Makosh, and even surpass that Makosh which has been devoured too much by Set Fabin. If it weren't for you and Liu messing with me, if it weren't for your constant interfering, this goal would have been achieved long ago. You can't be a bad guy properly. You can't even be a bad guy properly. What? You look down on me? You mere doll. We followed the commander and fought against real villains. So Liu and I at least know how to distinguish who the bad guys are. And if you really were this kind of person, I wouldn't have let everyone in Winged Hussars retreat. Oh. Pavel looked at the doll in front of him with shock and suspicion. Her eyes had begun to lose focus. Clearly, with the loss of power and the expansion of the frame damage, she could hardly maintain the operation of her language module. But it was this doll that made Pavel feel an instinctive chill, as if he had seen a natural predator in his ancient genes. Even if everyone sacrifices, and Liu and I cease to exist, I will eliminate you, because I cannot let the commander encounter such an enemy again. It's great that you are not the bad guy, right? But you won't be a hero like the commander either. You are, well, you're Vera's brother. Isn't that great? Shisui, don't say anymore. Let me check on you. Shisui seemed not to hear Vera's words at all. She just swayed slightly. Then, like a broken doll, she collapsed to her knees as if her legs gave out. Even so, she raised her head to look at Vera and Pavel, her bright and enthusiastic lips curling into a mocking arc. Having a family. Isn't that great? Because you have a sister, so you won't become a bad person. Isn't that great? No matter how hard you try. At most, if this goes on, I'll just become a puppet. Shishi's words seemed to irritate the deepest pain hidden in Pavel's heart. He growled low and drew a pistol at his waist. But before that, Shisui had already collapsed. The last spark of electricity flashed across her frame, and Shisui eyes gradually lost her static.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
If a commander saw that, the commander would have walked up and smacked him side of the head and then shot him in the face. I'll bring it back. I gotta get my food.
When Pavel walked into the hall, he hesitated for a second about whether to step on the magnificent carpet. Staying in the yellow zone for too long, he had somewhat forgotten the smell of the air in the green zone, and had developed a disgust bordering on fear of all luxury. But he finally took a step and walked towards the exaggeratedly large conference table in the middle of the expensive carpet. The man sitting in the main seat was the very person who controlled his fate single-handedly. He looked like a greedy lion, sulking over which dish to eat first, despite facing a buffet-like feast. Hey, dead guy. You're here. Did you wash up properly? It's an honor to be received by you personally, Your Excellency. I've done a thorough personal cleaning. Good, good. I think you can sit a little closer. Yes, right here is fine. Ah, bad news. Your mother died in prison last month. Pavel endured a dizzying shock and looked at the man who gave his news so lightly. Rook's tone held neither malice nor goodwill, only an impatience for something insignificant. Of fucking course, all bad guys are connected. The sturdy and rude man shifted to a comfortable sitting position and looked at Pavel. The good news is your father's still alive. This kind of thing depends on how strong your constitution is. Yes, is that so? As technical officers of the Neo-Soviet Union, they also had a glorious past. Unfortunately, this era didn't treat them well, right? That's not something someone like me can judge. But my parents were just following orders. He opposed peaceful diplomatic relations because my father felt it was a betrayal to victims, a scam wrapped in honey. That's all in the past. No need to waste time bringing it up. I have another meeting to attend. I called you here because I heard you've been doing well in the Yellow Zone lately, and you're pulling strings everywhere to reverse the verdict on your father, right? You flatter me. My parents, my father, many of the crimes he was accused of were groundless injustices. Like regarding his embezzlement of future funds and funding terrorist activities. In reality, that was just because the Neo-Soviet classified files hadn't been declassified. The factory my father worked at was Swarrock Arsenal, right? You know it? Here's the situation now. You don't need to bribe UNC officials anymore. It's useless. Because you can never prove that your father never thought of opposing UNC, or opposing the New Order, or even going against Griffin Lions. Okay. Name drop? Okay. Or even going against Griffin Lions' will. There are too many people like that. Yeah, also, you know about the thing how you can't prove a negative? Yeah, this is the thing. But if you can prove that the Swarrock Arsenal didn't actually exist, and that the project he was in charge of wasn't fictitious, then it might be possible to use Gerard's power to get him out of prison early. I understand. Thank you so much. How can I repay you? All of it, of course. We will take over that factory, along with the equipment and the research data inside. Also, I know you are in the business of reselling weapons. I will give you a list of who you can sell it to, and who you can't, and who you must sell it to. It won't be chaotic for you anymore. Yellow Zone needs more rules. I understand. I will do my best. Hearing Rue's exorbitant demand, Pavel lowered his head. Since he couldn't contend with such a massive force, no matter how vocal Rurik was, he could crush Pavel and the instant Vera, which had a twitch of his finger. Piece of advice. Start checking from the research your father did, unless he really was a good-for-nothing embezzler. Gerard will give you some startup capital and ready-made equipment confiscated by the UNC. However, don't treat this as an investment. Treat it as your father's remaining life. If you don't succeed within a certain time, you really will become an orphan this time. I won't disappoint you, Excellency. Good. You may go. Let me briefly explain the plan. I will trap enemy fire at the front, and you take the opportunity to flank to the warehouse and infiltrate inside. Since these are all Senko's ferry units, there must be a central information hub serving as a trunk of the tree-like management system. Destroying that would paralyze the Senko's ferry units. I like how they remember that. By they, I mean the writers. We also need to find the warlord and strategist. Although I feel like the warlord might be in grave danger, the strategist will definitely think of something. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, the hero will never abandon her partners. Finally, there's that server we delivered. No matter what's inside, blowing it up will definitely save us a lot of trouble. Although I want to talk to Mr. Pavel again, the urgent task is to reclaim Dilu and your partners. Let's start the operation. Mio precisely hit several Goliaths on similar paths, triggering a chain of explosions. Taking advantage of the death obscuring the mechanical unit's vision, Naya and Fei Lin broke into the stronghold while Li Yu managed to draw all attention at the same time. Naya, Fei Lin, how is it? Is everything going smoothly? We're in, General! As agreed before, Naya and I will go to the warehouse location and complete the mission. So next, we rely on Li Yu to continue attracting fire. Okay. Neo took a deep breath and pulled her muzzle out of cover. Everyone over here! Look here! As Leo pulled the trigger again, several small machines were quickly destroyed. Triggered by the defense mechanism, the machines turned their muzzles one after another and began to pour firepower onto Leo's position. Inside the stronghold at this moment, Naya and Phelan were moving quickly towards the warehouse coordinates. To conceal their tracks, the two chose a narrow passage formed by containers. I seem to hear a strange sound. Phelan starts sharply. Naya, watch your head! Almost at the same time Phelan made a sound, Naya's bullet had already shot out. Before the machine hidden on top of the container could sound an alarm, its core was pierced by the bullet. That was close. I suspected the Agile Fox Princess! You actually detect malice from the sky! My friend doesn't have that kind of weird setting. But... Phelan twisted her ears in confusion. Yes, indeed, a bit unusual. Even if Leo had a lot of firepower at the front, aren't there too few defensive units here at the warehouse? Maybe the Demons King minions are running out of ammo and food. Look, the great Demons King treasury is right before our eyes. Coming into view at the end of their sight was the warehouse standing in the shadows. The two quickened their pace and, under the cover of smoke, rushed to the warehouse door in one go. The electronic lock hanging on the door was flashing red. Is it locked? Fox Princess, stand back! Naya took a half step back and aimed her gun at the control panel of the electronic lock. As the electronic lock was destroyed, the heavy gate groaned and slowly slid open a crack. Naya and Phelan kicked the gate open together. Freeze! Hand over our stuff! And the warlord and the warhorse of the apocalypse! Yeah? Phelan's gun muzzle swept across the entire warehouse, but despite the Pegasus towing the server, and the panic-stricken Pavel did not appear. Sunlight poured through the high exhaust vents, illuminating the dancing dust. Only silence welcomed them. Naya froze in place, maintaining her shooting stance. Empty? Not good. Although a warning was issued in time, the two were still blocked from retreat by the heavy protective door falling behind them. Naya made a prompt decision, pointed her sniper rifle at the exhaust fan, and fired several shots to blast the hole. At the same time, an explosion sound came from under their feet. Naya dropped her gun, grabbed Phelan, and threw her towards the exhaust fan opening. She completed this action just before the floor they were just standing on was blown up. Fox Princess, I leave the rear to you! Wait! As soon as she finished speaking, Phelan saw the empty-handed Naya fall into the swarming combat dolls. She smashed the head of a doll trying to backstab her with an elbow, and kicked away a structure-type mech climbing up. Although Phelan tried her best to support with gunfire, while Naya resisted fiercely, she still couldn't stop Naya being dragged down by the enemy. Phelan could only crawl out through the hole blasted by Naya and climb onto the roof. While Leo attracted the guard's attention, Phelan shot several weapons chasing Leo and waved vigorously at her. It's a trap! Naya was taken! I'll be right there! Leo slung her rifle, lowered her body to sprint, stepped on the mech down by Phelan to jump up, and grabbed her hand. Phelan pulled Leo back into the warehouse, and the two quickly cleared the surrounding enemies. We're low on ammo. Let's retreat while after rescuing Naya. At least we can't let Naya get lost here too. I'll go in first, you cover me. As she struggled to resist, sparks flew from multiple parts of Naya's frame, and the overload warnings appeared for her joint components. Performance and combat experience were the keys to her endurance so far, but the numerical disadvantage could not be constituted by these combat skills. The short-haired doll gritted her teeth, desperately looking for a chance to break free. Just as one of her arms was about to be torn off, the combat doll, Reticle, developed with Senga's fairy technology, suddenly opened fire, knocking down all the mechs trying to suppress her with scorching beams. On the other side, 2 blades turned their sharp edges against their allies, piercing the power cores of the Aegis-type mechs holding Decoding, letting her fall to the ground. The unexpected scenes before her seemed like deja vu, and Decoding uttered that title she loved. Strategist? The combat doll did not reply, but simply made a gesture to Decoding. You want me to follow you? Lead the way, strategist! Guided by the combat doll, Decoding punched through door after door, finally arriving at a spacious area where he saw Scavenger's frame, stripped of joint parts and chained it to the ground like a dangerous beast. Warlord, no! With a cry, Decoding knelt beside Scavenger, her hands pounding heavily on the ground, and the combat dolls following her pulled out their internal power cables and connected them to Scavenger's frame. After a few dozen seconds, the Senga's very elite doll's eyes lit up again, and she glared fiercely at Decoding with a slightly weak breath. I'm not dead yet! Get me out of here, quickly! Oh, a medical miracle! It was just an emergency recharge! These combat dolls' battery levels are too low. Let me recharge to... A dense rain of bullets struck, and the control combat dolls quickly blocked in front of Decoding and Scavenger, only to be shattered by the striking fire. Decoding reacted subconsciously, and even she couldn't explain why she took the next action, perhaps because she felt such an impulse at some place deeper than level 2. Decoding lifted Scavenger's frame and pierced the core of the enemy doll with a blade on the top of her head. Hey! Powerless to move, Scavenger struggled to turn her head, watching herself being held high by Decoding and swung down like a sharp blade. Another doll was split open before their eyes. Don't worry, Warlord. We are one mind and body. Who is a one mind and body with you? He is literally using her as a sword. Decoding is fucking crazy. What the fuck? Take this! Ultimate move! Warlord, Whirlwind Slash! Hey! Decoding, stop spinning! Are you using me as some boomerang? There's a gap at 2 o'clock, shall we break out from here? As you wish, War Master. I'll take you out of this devil's den right now. I love Dish, yeah. It's very hard to not like her. Loading. 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 There we go. Although Griffin is a distant past, the cooperation between Liu and Phelan displayed excellent tacit understanding. Douche would pick up a wooden stake and call it the legendary sword to Randall. True. The two alternated covering each other, advancing with maximum efficiency, searching for Decisive's whereabouts. Soon this persistence was rewarded. Decisive swung Scavenger around, carving a path towards a direction. General, Fox Princess, I found the War Master! Don't spin too fast! Ah! Did she just swing... What? It's our partner. It's a long story. To retreat or continue looking for Decoding in Sanctus Ferry's control hub. By the way, Nixie, where is that server we transported? Pegasus filling it with inside right now. But without that guy at Pavel's key, controlling a portion of the Sanctus Ferry dolls is the limit for the time being. Then there's nothing we can do. Let's retreat. I have a very bad feeling right now, like being led into a trap by Mr. Pavel. Warlord! Is Ratchet still inside you? Don't worry about that. By the way, put me down first! After a hard fight, the three of them plus one sword finally managed to break out and retreated to the safe zone where the truck was parked. We finally made it out. I'm also really glad that they started like mixing up different dolls together just so we can have scenes like these. Because this is fucking insane. With so many consecutive battles, even the hero is starting to struggle a bit. It's hard to imagine what kind of people the General and Khan deal with usually. Is this place a demon slayer? Although we had conflicts with Mr. Pavel before, I never knew he had so many Sanctus Ferry combat weapons. I don't know if he received some support or for some other reason. While the dolls were talking, Scavenger, having recovered some power using the backup power supply Leo carried, slowly stood up. Nanya, I won't forget the humiliation just now. War Master? Let's talk this over nicely. Stop pranking, Nixie. What exactly did you help Pavel do? I just let that master control module start up normally. The key he carried recorded a combat mech called Pegasus. Although the mech's performance is good, it's nothing special. I think his goal should be the information recorded in the prototype, like ciphertext or coordinates. Although things had developed to this point, I didn't expect Phelan and 209's partner to be a Sanctus Ferry doll. The last time I fought against Sanctus Ferry, alongside Sanctus Ferry, was under the commander's command. And me! Nice to meet you, Miss Louis. Miss Liu. I'm Fei Tusa, who the commander dealt on recently, and also the manager of the Nixie, Scavenger. Don't come out on your own! Are you done with work? It still takes a little time. You gotta give me a moment to greet new friends. Hello, Miss Fei Tusa. Strategist, what have you been doing this whole time? Did I help you by controlling the Sanctus Ferry combat dolls? I also used their cameras to capture your heroic figure performing the fusion bayonet technique with Nixie. Anyway, we must finish reorganizing as soon as possible. I saw from Mr. Pavel's battle plan. The direction he is mobilizing the army towards is Miss Leo's camp. Just as Vitusa finished speaking, Leo looked at the communicator that had been inoperable during the signal jamming at Pavel's stronghold. It's a message from Shisui. Winkusar's stronghold was attacked? This is bad. We have to rush back immediately.
次の目標を教えてください。
Originally, she was full of enthusiasm in the kitchen, cooking dish after dish with fervor. But suddenly, Shisui felt her motivation drain away. She untied her apron, pushed open the door, and walked out of the kitchen, standing by the door to feel the flow of wind, closing her eyes comfortably. The sound of the wind seemed to be mixed with some sounds from the past, FNC and Spaz 12 came to challenger status in the cafeteria again. Someone shouted AK-15 is the real god of cookery, and everyone started laughing. Chisui laughed too. Chisui? What's wrong? Are you tired? That's not it. By the way, have you decided? To continue looking for the commander, or stay here and ensure everyone lives a life with minimum security? If we choose the latter, it will take at least 2 years to build, and we won't be able to distract ourselves with the mission to find a commander. Is it really okay to let me decide? It is your money. Of course you decide. Or do you want to give it to me? I want to see the commander. I really want to see the commander. But just thinking about how the people here won't be able to resist the edict after we leave, and will have their meager supplies taken away, I can't make up my mind. I'm sorry, Chisui. I want to stay until the people of Cliffwatch Town can protect themselves. Isn't that great? I support you. But weren't you just recalling the Griffin days? It's not like I won't see everyone again. I'm just staying for a little while longer. If I help others, the commander would praise me too. I think that's great. And can I really do it well? I'm not capable enough, unlike Springfield and 416, who can help the commander so much. Then start learning today. Install auto management and operate a module you can buy. But we are just dolls after all. Everyone might think it's okay now, but after a long time, will they really be willing to accept our leadership? If they don't accept it, we'll just go find a commander. Chisui, you really are amazing. It seems like nothing can stop you. No, I just feel as long as everyone can still eat at the same table, there are no conflicts that can't be resolved. The dinner table is the warm place, and the people there are, and the more people there are, the warmer it gets, as long as there is enough food. Let's work hard, starting from now, Leo. First, we need a big dining table, and then fill it with everyone's favorite food. If there is anything unwilling or unbearable, bring it to the dinner table. Let's solve it happily together. I really want to eat with the commander. I'll make lots and lots of delicious food and stuff the commander's belly full. Pavel hadn't recovered from the excessive tension, looking at the doll before him with some horror. To him, in the past, he always thought dolls were high-performance machines. No matter how much they acted like humans, they were just imitations. But the doll just now, and a brief seconds before shutting down, brought him a sense of oppression that even Gerard had never given him, as if she were the superior species. Now the tactical doll lay motionless on the ground, organization fluid seeping to the earth like blood. What kind of joke is this? Pavel's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Adrenaline fueled by fear and anger fanned his excitement as he raised his gun and walked toward Chisui. Brother, that's enough! Move, Vera. Do you see? It's already shut down. If you continue to hurt her, even as your brother... Even as your brother? Even as your sister, I won't forgive you! You developed feelings for a doll? You haven't forgotten, have you? Among the culprits who stopped Mom and Dad from realizing their ideals were Griffin's doll troops. These two dolls were lightly among them. But there are also the dolls who saved your life! You still won't be friends with them after all of this? Even dolls aren't that blindly good-natured. Vera, betrayal has a price and you can't escape it. Seeing as your contribution to the success was significant, I'll go along with you this time. However, I hope you remember what we have been working for until now. I understand. Go get some rest. There's still a lot to do later. I have found the coordinates of the Swarrock arsenal from Pegasus Type 1. It's not too far from here. As long as we find this factory and contact the conglomerate, Dad will be free. But brother, that nasty man from Gerard, isn't Lord Rourke already dead? Does the conglomerate still need us? Of course the conglomerate doesn't need us, nor does it need an old factory, unless it really preserves some outstanding secret blueprints or equipment. However, Rourke was interested in the large amount of data preserved inside Svarbrog before his death. Several current UNSC high officials once served there. The conglomerate will definitely be able to find leverage on their past from these records. But that's not enough. I have other ways, even without relying on the conglomerate. Brother, you didn't make a deal with someone else, did you? He's a pampered rich boy. Oh, God, is Carl. But he's not unreasonable. As long as I can provide my usefulness, as long as I can prove my usefulness to him. With his connections, getting Dad's case retried would be a simple matter. Of course, such a thing cannot be without cost. For this, I must possess sufficient influence and be useful enough to the conglomerate. Given the speed at which the Neo-Soviet Union collapsed at the time, Svarbrog must still preserve the equipment and production lines from back then. Once I master that, I won't be an ordinary small PMC anymore. As long as everything goes smoothly, I can build my own army in Cliffwatch Town. By then, I could change from a pawn to a player, and I'll definitely be able to get data out of the other means. Right. I'm a player, not a pawn. I just like power. Only those without power are puppets. Vera looked at her brother with heartache. Pavel's words were more like trying to convince himself than her. Understood. I've made thorough arrangements. Just listen to me, and we can retrieve our past home. Brother, I'll listen. I'll listen to everything you say. Scavenger Duship Naya, Beilin, and Liu commandeered an off-road vehicle. Duship Naya, with Scavenger riding on her neck, threatening her, drove towards the Wing Hussars camp. Compared to mechanical workhorses like Dilu, no vehicle could handle this terrible road conditions. Soon, the four dolls abandoned the car and began to travel on foot. The prolonged journey made Liu increasingly anxious. She kept trying to contact Shisui until she received the target offline message. Liu had been walking in the front, lost her footing, and stumbled to her knees. Feeling Dushitnaya quickly helped her up. Shisui's freelance just disappeared. Damn it! Did you make a backup? I did, but because it's been so busy lately, and Shisui handled a lot of things for me, I hadn't backed up in a long time. So, if her neural cloud is really destroyed, she'll lose a very, very long memory, and also a lot of lost experience. Just throwing it out there. If I had stayed at camp... Stop, Leo! Brassy taught me before that once something happens, if you start saying if, there'll be no end to it. Let's talk about it after everything's over. Hey, Lynn. Leah looked at the doll smaller than herself and nodded. The doll smaller than herself. I'm not sure if that was shade or not. Balin noticed the doll's trembling and gently held Liyu's hand. Naya turned around and embraced Liyu like a mother. Although the metal arms triggered Liyu's pain module slightly, she said to the comfort. Thank you, everyone. Nixie, what a touching scene. Let's go there too. Shut up! Is that because you didn't do your job properly? Don't dump all the work on me. I'm going to send you the video of you turning into a weaponized doll into the commander. You wouldn't dare! Anyway, in our current condition, we lack the combat power to retake the Winged Hussars camp. The commander once said we could ask the Ummel for help if necessary. I think now's the time. Asking humans for help is simply disgraceful. Have you no pride? But in this situation, just one or two dolls could change the tide. Like sending Voymasina here. You can't just think of Voymasina every time something happens. I mean, it's the right choice most of the time. Besides, she's on a business trip. Just get Kukai and the others to come. Right, if we keep it from the commander, it doesn't count as asking for help. You can't even do that? While the dolls were discussing amongst themselves, Leo's communicator beeped again. Is this the Winged Hussars' distress signal? Struggling back from the pain of losing Shisui, she picked up the communication. Damn it, this car's too hard to drive! Stop talking nonsense, we're going to be caught. It's our hell chariot! Running at full speed up the mountain road, Dishinanya, Liu, and the others saw that a truck full of doll frames, driven by the two Winged Hussar mechanics, as well as a large swarm of elites attracted by the early combat. Luca! Ivana! It's the boss! Thank goodness we're saved! Noticing her companions, Liu didn't hesitate and engaged the elites directly, with Phelan and Dishinanya following close behind. I'm out of mags. Scavenger, it's up to you! I'm just holding back a belly full of fire. I'll hound them all. Go extras. It's funny that they really don't want to call the commander because they don't want to be embarrassed by having to call him. It's a really different dynamic compared to how it was in Girls Frontline 1, where they literally couldn't do shit without him. Like, literally. Unless they had a command module. What's the commander even doing? If I remember right, I'm pretty sure he was handling logistics and diplomacy between the different areas. Because remember, he is a Tomato King right now. Saved. As expected, the boss and her friends. Hell Chariot, I miss you so much. Don't name the car, idiot. If it blows up, you'll just cry again. Luca, Ivana, are you okay? Where are the other Winged Hussar members? Noticing only 2 people appeared, Leah's face was filled with worrying unease. She clenched her fists, both anxious and terrified of the possible answer. Everyone is safe. Really? That's great. We need to gather them as soon as possible. Where are the other members stationed? Everyone has already left. Left? Did they leave Leo and Shisui behind? No, of course not. Of course we don't want to be like this, but when Luca and I want to go find Boss Liu with the others. Someone said we definitely wouldn't win. Not only did we have no weapons, but we also lost our heroes, our horses. Many people agreed with them, saying they don't want to wait for the boss anymore, and then we disbanded. Is that so? This is human nature. When encountering difficulties, they don't think of themselves and choose to escape immediately. And let alone for the sake of a doll. Don't talk nonsense, you pointy. Man, you got some fire in him. You pointy head. Everyone in Wing Hussars respected two bosses. At most, we were just a bit shot. Besides, Ivana and I didn't run. As long as we are here, the Wing Hussars still exist. Next, as long as we meet up with Boss Shisui, everything can still be resolved. Who did you call the doll, pointy head? Calm down, you didn't say that. Shisui.
Soon we'll hear the hard R.
Nia closed her eyes, recalling the partner who always fought by her side. She found that she seemed to have become that doll and griffin again, who could only rely on the commander and her partners. Buying weapons takes time, then directly hire PMCs. Hire them all! Oh, right! First, I need to restore Shisui. Use the best frame this time. Liu? Boss, are you okay? I'm fine, I can do it. Even if everyone leaves, I can still do it because I'm not alone anymore. Not alone? Of course, General. Seeing Liu's panic, Dishutanya, as if unable to bear it anymore, grabbed her shoulders and forced Liu to look at her. You still have us. We are all Commander's dolls. The hero will not abandon the General. We will fight together. The Commander's doll. Yes. The freedom the Commander gave us is not for self-pity. Nia closed her eyes, inhaled gently, and then slowly exhaled. Dolls don't really need to breathe, but her neural cloud naturally imitated the behavior of a certain person, adjusting their emotions. Let's go back first. We need to confront the status of Shisui in the camp. After counting the resources in hand, we'll decide on our next step.
Yeah, she was about to crack there.
Ooh, we're almost done.
Hey, yo, it's that guy again. Man, he also gets around. Well then. Wing Hussars and PMC Mr. Pavel. I invite you both here because you have both recently proposed visions for the future of Sentinel Cliff Town. Both sides are heavyweights who have contributed greatly to Sentinel's Cliff Town. I hope you can set aside your disputes and work together, so I wish to reach a consensus during this meeting. Miss Liu. Although your funding sources are powerful, you don't seem to be very good at management. Your Wing Hussars have been unable to expand its scale, and with the development of Cliff Watch Town, you will find yourself stretched thinner and thinner. My organization, however, can grow alongside Cliff Watch Town to our mutual benefit. You mean you want the residents of Cliff Watch Town to join your PMC as well? I wish to sign a comprehensive cooperation agreement with Cliff Watch Town to obtain land use rights here, as well as administrative rights over its military and economy. I see.
Mr. Pavel, you are indeed young and promising, but what do you think these 2 appointments will bring to Cliffwatch Town? Choice. In the Yellow Zone, choice is a rarity. The Mechosians works as cogs on an assembly line, and the Valacians make a living by breaking the ice to fish out corpses from underwater. To this day, Cliffwatch Town's industrial structure still cannot escape the ancient industries of mining and scrap recycling. With my connections, I can introduce massive conglomerates to support here. A production line suitable for Cliffwatch Town, and the conglomerate is already prepared to inject capital here. At that time, I plan to invest in building an arsenal, officer academy, and training base. My repayment to Cliffwatch Town is that everyone can find a job to fill their stomachs. How about it, Mayor? These conditions are indeed good. Cliffwatch Town really needs... Not needed, Mr. Pavel. Say what? Say what? I will inject the funds into Cliffwatch Town. Open schools, hospitals, repair roads, and ensure road safety. Indeed, Cliffwatch Town has quite good mining conditions. In the past, there were smelting facilities repaired by the Soviet Union here, but they were destroyed by the elites and bandits and become unusable. I will rebuild these, purchase trade licenses from other regions, and introduce more diverse production equipment to Cliffwatch Town. But all this belongs only to Cliffwatch Town itself, and no one will intervene to control it. Are you joking? This kind of investment... Do you know how many years it will take to break even? Yes, Miss Liu. What return do you need for doing this? I don't need a return. No? Return? I see, you don't care about the economic aspect, right? Then politically, do you want something? For example, privileges? Please respect the autonomy of the Winged Hussars. Let us bear the responsibility of guarding the roads. No other conditions required. The Winged Hussars will not forcibly recruit members. Anyone who sincerely desires to become our companion can join. At the same time, they can leave freely at any time. Racist time. Then, Miss Liu, let's adjourn for now and take a break. I see. Okay. Liu nodded slightly, suspecting nothing. The mayor and Pavel walked out of the meeting room. Once outside, he looked at Pavel with a bitter and helpless expression. Mr. Pavel, I also want to work with your group, but no matter how good conditions are, compared to her freaking benefits, the townspeople won't consider it. If money can't move you, how about fear, Mr. Mayor? You need fear that can scare everyone, and I doubt that Miss Liu has done too much in the past. Oh, you need fear that can scare everyone, and I doubt that. Miss Liu has done too much in the past 2 years. The townspeople believe she will face everything with them. She can name every resident of Cliffwatch Town, and every resident has received favors from her. Although most of it is because of her wealth, she doesn't just throw money around. She appears at every wedding, every funeral. She cries with us, laughs with us. Many of us have long forgotten that she was a doll. You might as well speak your mind, Mr. Mayor. I'm just afraid the Gerard group will be disappointed this time. Century Cliff Town cannot follow you on the path to prosperity. What a wrong decision. Maybe that doll has money now, but her wealth will run out sooner or later. What will Sentinel Cliff Town do then? Yes. Follow me, Mr. Mayor. Everything is in Sentinel Cliff Town. You need to be rational. Rationality is the reason the UNC appointed you, after all. Nia sat gracefully at the table, nodding and smiling at the two who returned. Miss Liu, you have indeed seen your strength during this time, but may I take the liberty to ask, what is your reason for doing this? to free this place from poverty. A Signal Cliff town can become a beautiful home. I will be satisfied. Home? Is that all? Just like that. I don't know where you lucky doll came from, or how much money you carry, but you are a joke! Why do you say that, Mr. Pavel? You think people are like dogs, right? As long as you feed them, they'll be loyal to you, see you as a friend, an idol, a hero? I never thought that way. We already have a hero in our hearts, and no one can compare to him. You still don't understand humans. You're just hooking with them with constant supplies. But if one day you cut off that supply, everyone will leave you. No matter how many favors you've given them, no matter how grateful they were at that moment, as time passes, they will only think of themselves. Only think that what you gave them isn't enough. Can you give more? In the end, with just a little temptation, a little threat, they will betray you and leave you with nothing. If that happens, I will leave quietly. After all, I never felt my decision. I never felt my destination was here. Mare. You say she cried and laughed with you, but those are just her reactions. She doesn't truly empathize with those feelings. Even if she invested everything she had, it was originally something she considered insignificant, and she could leave at any time. It must leave you. When you lose everything and have no one by your side, you won't feel anything either, right? Although you thought about home, I don't think you can understand what it means. Mare, farewell. Okay. I like how the mayor's like, oh, alright. Boarding the truck, the group drove back to the Winged Hussars camp. To their surprise, Pavel didn't stay here. He dismantled almost all of the Winged Hussars' turrets and radars, and took all the weapons and armory, leaving behind only a wide-open, empty fortress. Seemingly certain that no one would stay, or not caring that the Winged Hussars could still pursue after losing their mechanical warhorses, Pavel just swaggered off with a large group of subordinates. Damn it! They even dismantled the workshop equipment! Those locusts! This is the painstaking effort of the boss of us for several years. Where's Leo? In the command room. But Boss Leo said to not let us in, because of Boss Shishui's matter. Those bastards. I will absolutely not forgive Vera and that Pavel. After hesitating for a moment, Phelan took out her communicator and suddenly pressed the contact. Sorry, Liu, and everyone. Let me make the decision for you. Even if I lose face in front of Master, I can't let Liu be sad anymore. Yeah? Phelan? Yes, Commander? Bassi, there's something I must tell Master no matter what. It's about... Is it about the dispute between General Leo's rifle cavalry and the sleazy PMC? Yes, it's Liu and the sleazy PMC. You already know? Dusuk Naya and Fetusa have already been in a meeting with Darling for an hour and a half, demanding that Task Force Defy and Squad 44 be sent... He's just sent the... It was like, you know what? Send the wolves. Be sent to Bon Cliffwatch Town or something. Why only here now? After Fetusa and Dusha passed on the collected intelligence, I commissioned Lorelei, Viva, and Helen to use various channels for investigation. Thanks to the supporting data obtained by Fetusa and Scavenger, a breakthrough was finally made with Liba. Project Pegasus was indeed one of the plans abolished by the Neo-Soviet military after merging into the Uranus Sea. The project produced a total of 11 prototype troops, each consisting of one lead horse as the hub paired with 32 dummy units. 10 of these groups were expended or destroyed, and ultimately only one group's whereabouts remained unknown. The project was conducted at the Svarog Arsenal in the Yellow Zone. This arsenal was not registered on the Neo-Soviet roster, and there are no specific records of its research or the munitions it produced, including various mechs, chariots, and helicopters such as the Pegasus series. The technical director of Svarog was Dr. Nikolai Smolin. He promoted many development plans incorporating Sanguis Fairy technology and completed the development of the Pegasus series and others with his wife. However, the Neo-Soviet Union eventually merged with the Uranus Sea. All information about Svarog was erased, and even its location coordinates became unknown. Dr. Smolin and his wife were also arrested as political prisoners. The superficial reason is that this doctor conspired against the Meeker and the merger, and embezzled and misappropriated huge assets. But these are all trumped up charges. There are only testimonies and not much evidence. Dr. Smolin was actually a scapegoat for big shots who stood on the wrong side, used to erase the history of those big shots' involvement with the arsenal. His 2 children went missing after their parents were arrested, and the family property was confiscated. After Dr. Smolin began serving his sentence, he received numerous reports from past students and colleagues, and his sentence was extended multiple times. Those 2 children could be Mr. Pavel? With Vera? The answer is already obvious, isn't it? Pavel Smolin, this PMC and black market merchant who has recently risen in the Yellow Zone, once received funding from the Girard Group and obtained a lot of arms. Of course, he also returned the favor by contributing greatly during the conglomerate's expansion in the Yellow Zone. Over the years, his business elsewhere has been doing well. To be obsessed with Cliffwatch Town and Leo's little horse, Commander, I can only think of one reason. Cliffwatch Town's predecessor should have been the secret administrative district supporting the Svarog Arsenal. That's why Leo could find Pegasus here, and inside Pegasus' database. It should contain the coordinates to the Svarog Arsenal. So Pavel wants to snatch Dilu to clear his father's name? But why does he have to make trouble for Leo and the others? It's not hard to figure out why. Leo's winged hussars is a force of justice. Do you think she would let the conglomerate lay a finger on the Cliffwatch Town, which she has protected until now? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be willing. And if he fails to rescue his father, Pavel will certainly want to use the equipment and munitions sealed in the arsenal to carve out a larger space for himself in the Yellow Zone and accumulate greater strength. By then, he can only choose to further bind his cooperation with the conglomerate. Just like George McCosh, Liu is an obstacle he will have to face sooner or later. Right, Master. Could you please comfort Liu properly? She's taken a lot of blows. Darling's comfort is terrifying. If Liu's neurocloud explodes, you'll have to take responsibility, Phelan. Hey, don't be alarmist. But I can talk to Liu for now. If she were still a member of Griffin, my subordinate, I would definitely comfort her immediately. Then there's no need to rush, right? If the command is too gentle, everyone might easily get the wrong idea. Now that she's become a leader herself, I think at times like this, she should rely more on those who follow her rather than on me. But everyone ran away. only Shisui, Luca, and Ivana are left. Does Master mean we should go comfort Liu? Maybe I'm too naive, but I still have hope for certain people. Let's wait a bit longer. Decisive Naya, I will ask Mei Ling to provide technical assistance for Shisui's frame repair, and you will perform the on-site operation. Oh! The bravery will heal the Khan! Khan? Fetusa, the arrow beacon. I love how the commander just did not react to that. Fetusa, the arrow beacon will reach your optimal support point in 12 hours. You can contact Bugs to adjust the signal enhancement position. Okay, I can chat a little with Zoe. Baylin, I leave Lisha to you. If the battle situation exceeds your expectations, Squad 404 Team 2 is currently closest to your location. You can call for support. Yes, Master. With the help of Fetusa and Decisive Naya, Shisui's frame was updated. According to the engineer named Mei Ling, someone performed excellent emergency treatment on Shisui after she was destroyed, protecting her neural cloud core from damage. You can only think of one person. Although Phelan and Decisive Naya wanted to comfort her, Liu was still asked them to let her be alone with Shisui until she woke up. Shisui, now just you and me again. Just like when Griffin disbanded, and when I left Miss Liu's house. I always wanted to find a home. But what is a home? Liu closed her eyes and held her companion's hands. Over the years, she had forgotten her weak self, and acted as someone shouldering everyone's lives. But this was ultimately a bit difficult. Facing Shisui, who always supported and encouraged her unconditionally, she felt she might be able to retrieve some of the willfulness from 10 years ago. After Miss Liu died, she left me her entire inheritance and a very large house. But imagine with only me, a doll, living in it was very lonely. And as a doll, hiring others to keep me company was a laughable thing. So I came to Griffin, be with the commander, to fight alongside everyone, and I even joined the puzzle squad. Although there were many painful and scary things, every day was happy. Later, a Griffin without everyone was terrifying. The bright halls once filled with laughter turned dark, and only the sound of my own footsteps. It was so scary. To escape that fear, that uneasiness, I came to the Yellow Zone. I thought I saw someone who, just like me, was afraid of loneliness and wanted a home. A crystal-clear teardrop fell into Shisui's hand, as Liu held back her sobs, whispering in sorrow. I never wanted any thanks. I never felt that I needed the commander's praise either. Heroes, great deeds, it all sounds so strange. I just passed on things given to me to those in need. Isn't that natural? But Shisui. At least, please don't leave me behind. Please don't betray me. Don't deceive me. Please don't leave me alone in the darkness. You really are a crybaby, Liu. Huh? The sudden voice startled Liu. She looked up to see a helpless-looking Shisui. You're okay. Yeah, it was too noisy, so I woke up. These guys really don't stop. Noisy? Did you not hear? Then listen more carefully. You can hear it, right? Following Shisui's words, Liu silently closed her eyes. Perhaps she'd been too focused before. and her auditory modules have been filtered out external sounds. Now she truly heard it, a faint singing voice. It was the song of the winged hussars that has always hummed when sorting out. Then the winged hussars arrived, coming down from the mountainside, thunder in the sky as the trumpets cry. Then the winged hussars arrived, shining armor, wings spread wide, iron hooves pounding as the charge collides. Everyone is back? But why there's so many voices? Just look and you'll know. Chisui moves her freshly maintained frame. Leo held her up, and the two opened the door together. This is a reference to Roban, by the way. I thought so, yeah. Appearing before the dolls was a night illuminated by flashlights and torches like never before. I don't want to get copyright struck, so I can't watch that. Hundreds of people carrying large amounts of weapons, ammunition, and supplies were gathering into the winged hussars camp. What's going on? Oh, General Khan, you finally came out! Since just now, people have been joining the Braves army. Boss, it's the companions we've disbanded before. Turns out everyone didn't run away. Everyone just realized that we couldn't defeat Pavel with our numbers, so they went around the vicinity making speeches, and gathered as many reinforcements as possible. Whether it's the guards of the sentry cliff town or the merchants who are usually protected by the winged hussars, they all rushed over immediately after hearing about Boss Shisui. There are already over 140 people now and still increasing. Even the mayor came. Everyone says they received the care from the winged hussars in daily life, so they absolutely cannot sit back and watch us be disbanded. They brought all the weapons, supplies, and vehicles they could find. Huh? So many? Yeah, how can we cook for everyone? Leo swayed and sat down on the ground with Shisui. Before their eyes was a scene as noisy as a night market. Not just Cliffwatch Town, but people from many surrounding settlements, camps, and villages had gathered. As the saying goes, every family in the Yellow Zone has a treasure. If not a rocket launcher, then a mortar. So it's true. I thought Cliffwatch Town had particularly simple and honest folkways. Equipment, supplies, and ammunition piled up into a hill in the camp's atrium. Although most were mediocre weapons, perhaps Sentry Cliff Town was indeed once a military base. The winged hussars updated their equipment and put on various types of armor. There are 30 people with combat experience who say they want to fight alongside you. But putting everyone in danger for our sake. This is no longer just your business, Miss Liu. Mr. Mayor.
I like how his name is Mr. Mayor. Alright, continuing on. If Pavel takes power, he will be determined to get closer to the conglomerate. After the Mechs incident, the relationship between the conglomerate and its elements in the Yellow Zone will only worsen, and everything will be solved by violence. Cliffwatch Town isn't wealthy, but at least it's been relatively peaceful lately. Thanks to you, we understand the value of this peace more and more. Miss Liu, you once said you hoped this place would become a wonderful home. You also said you would leave sooner or later.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Then Miss Liu, do you know what home means?
Yeah.
Home means a place you can still return to after leaving. You never need a reason to go home.
I understand. Thank you. Shisui! Liu! Master asked me to sync Pavel and Vera's identities and purposes to you. Commander? Does the commander know what's happening here? Yes. Master says he believes you, Liu. He believes you, Liu, will definitely know what to do, and will definitely win. Is that so? The commander said that. Hearing Phelan's words, a complex expression appeared on Liu's face. She pondered for a moment, then nodded to Shisui, letting Decisive Nanya continue supporting her, and walked into the crowd. Everyone! Thank you very much for supporting us regardless of your own safety in such difficult times. The Winged Hussars was not established for combat. Our greatest wish is that one day we can ride our horses without carrying weapons, meeting friends we never met before, on the mountain roads of Cliffwatch Town. We long to become prosperous together with Cliffwatch Town. But if only we are prosperous, there won't be any happiness at all. We decided to share so that every friend around us can be happy together with us. We don't like plundering, and we won't plunder. But if someone plunders what belongs to us and our friends, someone told us to change, to become as greedy, selfish, and unscrupulous as him, or else our existence would not be tolerated, and we chose to fight. Next, I had decided to attack Mr. Pavel's forces, stop his plan, and let no one lay a finger on our home. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Liu had the original Winged Hussars members and combat-capable volunteers split into corresponding squads, count equipment and supplies, and distribute them as needed. Watch Shisui. Time to eat, right? What? You asked me to cook when I'm still adapting to my new frame? If Shisui doesn't cook, what will we eat? They took all the reserved food too. Only the meal Boss Liu cooked last night is left. That's too much. Only fell one time. Anyway, adjust your conditions as fast as possible. We move out in 1 hour. Hearing the thunderous cheers, Liu showed a faint smile and wiped the corner of her eyes. She turned around, noticed Shisui arguing with Decisive Nanya about which ingredients to use for cooking, and suddenly asked her, Shisui, do you remember who performed the emergency maintenance on you? It was Vera, and although I can't be sure, I seem to hear what she said to me. Say what? She said we can't win. Vera probably meant well too. She can't betray her brother, nor does she want us destroyed, but how do we know if we don't try? There's the real Pavel right there. Good old dad Pavel. Not like this kid. Guided by Dilu, Pavel carried Vera and led all of his subordinates, along with the massive Sanctuary combat dolls and automated weapons, deep into the darkness, along with the abandoned mining tunnel. Although elites along the way were disturbed and tried to attack, faced with such a massive force, the elites were torn to shreds with almost no chance to react. Pavel was actually pleased with the existence of the elites. After all, these creatures would absolutely not let any humans pass. The more of them there were, the less likely his destination would be discovered. I see. It looks like an abandoned mine tunnel marked as dangerous. Indeed, no one seeking death would come here casually. Bosses, these horses are really nice. Even come with radiation radar and emergency racing functions. They originally had the potential to become the main military vehicles. I really fucking doubt that. This level is only natural. That's not it. Rather, these functions are doll modules specially modified by Big Sis Liu, out of concern for everyone in the Winged Hussars. Although Pegasus' dad masterpiece, their transformation to such digital mounts is the result of the Winged Hussars' joint testing and research. Vera, I understand you are an emotional child, but it's better for you to forget that pair of dolls and the winged hussars. Even if I don't make a move on them, that kind of naivety cannot pass in today's world. Only family and power are trustworthy. Just as Pavel was persuading Vera, the scout behind him sent a warning signal. Several dogs were leading a crowd approaching from the far rear. Pavel was somewhat surprised. Those winged hussars should know there is no chance of winning, yet Liu and Shisui actually let them come to their deaths. He quickly weighed the situation and made a hand gesture. Set up ambush points outside. Finish them off. Don't let them in. Piece of cake, boss. Remember the overtime pay. Of course. Triple. I can even kill the president. Which one? Come on, keep up. These Senko's fairy dolls will accept your dispatch, but if the battle loss rate exceeds 30%, according to the contract, we'll have to ask for compensation. Don't expect any bonus then. Just a few dozen winged hussars without mounts. Don't worry, we won't lose money. Perhaps you are wealthier than me, Miss Li Shu. But you don't understand how to control humans at all. Most importantly, you don't know the principle. Whatever he said. Here they come! Everyone, retreat behind cover! Actually, maybe that came up. Nope, yep. Naga, Phelan, Shisui. I'm coming on you. I'm counting on you. No problem. Just command with peace of mind. The Hell Legion is numerous, but we have the bonds of courage and friendship, so the hero will surely win. And at this rate, even if we can win, we will pay a heavy price in casualties. Even with the help of everyone in Cliffwatch Town, the enemy still has an absolute advantage in numbers. Miss Lee, just as we agreed, we need to wait for the aerial beacon to arrive. After that, it's enough as long as we don't let them escape back to the mine tunnel. I hope you and everyone can continue to lure Mr. Pavel's subordinates and Senko's fairy weapons outdoors. Especially the Senko's dolls and mechs, the more the better. Understood. Observing the commander has always been my favorite thing to do. Of course it is. Of course it is. I'll try out the tactics the commander used in the past. When Sweet and I left Griffin, Professor Persica once told me that the neuroclasses of us dolls who have followed the commander harbor a certain possibility. Now, let me verify that possibility. I believe in you. It seems overplayed a bit. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think they're playing it a lot just because there is Senko's fairy stuff around. I like how they're not even in this story right now, but we're killing Viagers. The sound of fierce gunfire tore through the silent night sky, and firelight dyed the pitch-black mountains throated a dim red. Although the numbers were replenished and morale was high, most of the heavy arms had been taken by Pavel, and without the support of war forces, the Winged Hussars fell into a hard fight. The Institution now presented sniping Phelan's guerrilla harassment and Liu's deploying humans in the rear, the battle line can be maintained under the doll struggle. Idiot, if you can't ride, don't ride! What are you doing? No, it's not the time for this. There are too many Sengo's Fairy armaments. The flank can't hold. We absolutely cannot let them flank us to the rear. The general position is too dangerous. Khan, you go reinforce. Leave this to us. Chiswi's nodded and shifted her attention to Liu's unit, which was taking heavy fire from the front. At this moment, Liu stubbornly attracted heavy fire, covering her comrades while taking opportunity to take down approaching enemy units with precise shooting. Got it. Hold on. A hero will never fall on the battlefield. Eh? Strategist? What are you doing? Isn't that the number 3 ranked pose in the commander's most endearing poses that everyone in Ella talks about? I'm not sure what happened there. Perhaps for the first time, Dushani looked at someone else behaving with weird eyes. Pegasus was standing at the attention with feet together, hands raised high, looking up at the night sky. Dushani stared blinking at her until a bullet knocked her to the ground, and the young girl doll only then regained consciousness with a cry of pain. Pegasus, what are you doing? Testing signal. The beacon's almost here. Nixie, don't disturb me. Back at Pavel's stronghold. Didn't I say that because your status is high enough, you can't control this current Sengo's Fairy units? Why are you saying this now? Let me out quickly! That little fox is about to be surrounded and killed! Phelan won't have a problem. You should start trusting your companions too, right? The point is you, Nixie. After I thoroughly took over several Sengo's Fairy dolls, I found that it wasn't that your status wasn't high enough, but that your codename Scavenger doesn't exist in your database. They can only recognize that you possess the same Okis protocol as Sengo's Fairy. So, strictly speaking, you have been recognized as a Sengo's Fairy organization. What? Nixie, you always talk about Sengo's Fairy this and Sengo's Fairy that. How can that be? So next, I'm going to write the existence of Scavenger and their consciousness. Can you do that? With the powerful bandwidth support, the beacon, and its assistance of everyone on the Elmo? Watch me! Pegasus, having instantly completed overclocking, released a signal pulse that all dolls present could sense, blooming like a ripple across the battlefield. All machines using Sengo's Fairy technology froze. Scouts fell to the ground, and Sengo's Fairy dolls who were strafing stopped their actions. After a few seconds of blankness, they turned blankly towards Pegasus' direction. At this moment, Pegasus handed the ring over to Scavenger. I leave it to you, Nixie. She looked up and saw the Sengo's Fairy dolls kneeling devoutly as if facing a monarch. Completely ignoring the human mercenary beside them who rolled off his horse after being hit in the knee by Shisui. Scavenger stepped forward, glanced at the kneeling Sengo's Fairy dolls, and revealed a smile with complex meaning. Pegasus, you still know my taste. Damn it, this Sengo's Fairy garbage. What's going on? Sure enough, stuff over 10 years ago is totally unreliable. Also, these horses. Why are their performance so poor? You don't know how to fight yourself. What are you talking about performance? Huh? The mercenary still approached easily by Scavenger, drew his gun quickly but was kicked flying by her. So he's dead, right? The doll moved as if improvising a dance, gracefully dodging surrounding trajectories, then swept the mercenary off their horses, one by one. Just as the other mercenaries wanted to come to support, they couldn't move. All Sengo's Fairy dolls on the battlefield raised their weapons, aiming at their comrades from moments ago. I have good news and bad news. The bad news is, if you don't surrender, I'll make your heads roll immediately.
Good news?
Scavenger tilted her head and smiled innocently. The good news is that the horses are quite cute and will be fine.
次の目標を教えてください
Yeah, we're killing him. Yeah, she had it. That was the time of her life. After capturing Pavel's subordinates and shutting down most of the Distinguished variant armaments despite Scavenger's protest, of course, the dolls ventured deeper into the cave, accompanied only by 2 Aegis units. According to the captives, Pavel didn't have many guards around him, but inside the Svalbard arsenal, it was hard to say what other troublesome things he could find.
A dark maze. Indeed easy to get lost. Follow the hero's footsteps. Turn right at every corner. No need, I'll track him. Liu, can you open fire immediately upon encounter? Open fire? That's an enemy, right? And he did terrible things to Shisui, didn't he? Yeah? General? What's wrong? I feel Liu looks a bit worried. Is it because of Vera? It is indeed not easy to pull the trigger on a former companion. How about this? No matter what decision Liu makes, Foxperson and I will believe in you. Like throwing Pavel into court to properly assess judgment of justice. Where is any judgment in the Yellow Zone? Although I also hate betrayal. If Vera hadn't acted, I would have lost my precious memories of everyone. So, just stop them from making a mistake and take the loot back. Lishu, you don't need to worry about me regarding other things. You guys are softies. If these people live, they will continue to pose a threat to you in the future. You must pull up the weeds by their roots to protect the members who follow you. Yes. We must consider how we treat Mr. Pavel and Vera. Liu fell into thought. In the past, capture bandits were basically handed over to the mayor. Punishment standards were varied by place, but the Yellow Zone had no resource for humanitarianism. So criminals basically ended up in the hard labor or execution. But Pavel's attack on the winged hussars was somewhat difficult for the mayor to adjudicate. After all, both sides possess military strength surpassing Cliff Watch Towns itself. Of course, the winged hussars are purely victims. They take back what is theirs and protect their lives. Liu has the right to open fire on Pavel. But can this be considered justice? Just as Shisui told Dushef Nanya, in the Yellow Zone, justice has never had a standard. It was often decided by one's own heart. Can I really make a decision? If I hadn't acted rashly, chasing Dilu with Dushef Nanya and Fei Lin, the camp might not have fallen. How can I be blamed on you? Pavel isn't wrong. I haven't received command training, nor am I good at those complex games. For 10 years, I relied on luck and imitating the commander to get to where I am today,
And you did pretty good, I should add.
Do I really have the right to decide the fate of others? Liu. I'm sorry. Even at a time like this, I'm still saying discouraging things.
Leah shook her head, indicating to everyone that she made her decision.
At such times, she absolutely could not shake the confidence of others.
Leah, at the very least, is at least very clear on this point. However, doubtful thoughts eventually slowed her steps. Unknowingly, Liu fell to the back of the team. At this moment, one of the 2 Aegis robots turned to her and asked a concerned question. Confused,
Not noticing who it was, Liu just kept her head down. Even though she couldn't spill her heart out when she was with her own close companion, Shisui. For some reason, the moment this voice sounded, her feelings flowed out naturally. I was never an amazing doll from the start. I only came to Cliffwatch Town to watch the commander, and I only took on the role of leader of the Winged Hussars by following the memories of how the commander led in Griffin.
But aren't you doing a good job?
I actually didn't do anything special. I was just chasing his shadow all along. Whenever I encountered difficulties, I would think, what would the commander do if he were here? I've relied on this method to get to where I am today. But in the end, I am not the commander. I don't have the courage to remain calm in this situation, so I probably will never be able to shake off my weak side.
Troubling, isn't it?
Yes, very, very troubling. When I had the commander to rely on before, I never thought I would have such troubles.
Nia looked at the Aegis robot running beside her, showing a somewhat weak expression. She seemed to have completely forgotten that the Aegis model doll does not possess a neural cloud capable of conversation. Someone must be controlling it remotely to use it as to project their voice. Leah didn't realize this because, for her, such a conversation was so reassuring that it was natural and grayed in the bottom layer of a neural cloud. There is no one who doesn't have this kind of distress. The more you carry, the stronger this terror becomes. Everyone is the same.
Is the commander the same too?
Liu was dissatisfied. She didn't want to hear any words unfavorable to him. Even objective remarks would be 1,000 times more serious than being offended herself. She stared at the Aegis, and then gradually realized the incongruity she should have noticed from the very beginning.
You are...
There has never been a 100% correct decision. Making a choice means killing all other possibilities. How can such a thing not be frightening? At times like this, one must seek reliance from one's companions, from known intelligence, and from one's own beliefs to find a correct path. For example, you might as well think, if you don't fight Pavel, this place near Sentry Cliff Town will become a production base for Singlet's variant armaments. For another example, you might as well think, if you just kill Pavel, will it really solve the problem? Will the conglomerate send an even worse enemy?
Really, Commander?
After confirming, Liu felt warm tears spilling from the corner of her eyes. This address was the warmest anchor deep in her neural cloud, the beacon that supported her through countless long nights and kept her from losing her way.
Commander, is it really you?
Yes, it's me. Long time no see.
Sorry, Commander. It's been so long, I want to show you that I've become a doll capable of standing on my own. But the current me...
Liu, you don't need to apologize. Listen to me first, okay? During this time, I read quite a few reports related to Sentry Cliff Town, as well as everything in the Winged Hussars and you have done. Earlier than me, you understood how to help others in the Yellow Zone. You didn't imitate anyone, but groped your way to the correct path using your own methods. It's truly amazing.
Commander? That's not... I still often get indecisive.
Feeling hesitant is not a sign of weakness. It only proves how much you cherish your companions. Unfortunately, such a stress will always exist.
Do you really get trouble too, Commander?
You don't think you're the only one who questions whether you're qualified to shoulder everyone's face, do you?
When the Commander is troubled? Have I ever been a support and given you strength? Yes, countless times. I've received strength from you all that has supported me to keep moving forward until now. Then, can the current me regard the commander as my strength? I will support you. Leah took a deep breath. When she looked up again, the confusion in her eyes has settled into clear determination. I swear to God, I bet Ferrari fucking cried in his seat reading all of this. He's like, my baby girl. That person guided her 10 years ago, and 10 years later, he can still give her unwavering reasons. He cried and crooned at the same time. This is enough. I will believe in myself, just as a commander who believes in me said. To walk on, troubled but firm. So I wonder, they had that conversation, right? I wonder if the other dolls were like, man, where the fuck is Liu? Shortly after rushing into the dark gate opened by Pavel, light suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Evidently, Pavel restored the power. The dolls looked at the vast space inside the former Neo-Soviet Pegasus factory. Wreckage of defense robots was scattered sporadically, and the place was filled with huge, complex industrial equipment. Master was right. Many equipment were sealed. They were sealed before they could evacuate it. Compared to single space factories, it's nothing. But it's much more complete than the doll community. Some of the Pavel went to such lengths to seize Dilu just to find this place. This place is only 40 kilometers away from Cliffwatch Town, but I never heard anyone mention it. After the war, the Neo-Soviet Union actually set up dozens of such secret locations for concentrated efforts in the military industry, scientific research, and medicine. The people working here probably used to live in Cliffwatch Town. However, after the factory was sealed, these people were transferred away. The deserted, empty Cliffwatch Town was later discovered and occupied by refugees in the Yellow Zone. But by then, no one knew about these factories anymore, right? Liu and I were also surprised when we first arrived in Cliffwatch Town. Everyone had migrated there from all directions, and almost no one knew the original history of Cliffwatch Town. We originally thought it was because the original inhabitants were all killed by Eilers or bandits. Turns out they were evacuated. Liu, I found Eilers' hoofprints deeper inside. Okay, everyone be cautious. Mr. Pavel is very difficult to deal with. Don't let your guard down. The message that his subordinates were all arrested and the Singapore dolls left to him by the conglomerates were wiped out has been conveyed to Pavel. The irreprehensible sense of defeat clearly branded a burning mark on his chest. Fortunately, there was still the intoxicating sense of victory acting as an anesthetic, diluting the searing pain of frustration. Who's dad? Pavel looked at the terminal in front of him. After a long reboot attempt, he and Vera finally restored its work, which had been stagnant for 10 years, and thus restored most of the factory's functions. The hastily retreating Neo-Soviets left behind not only Pegasus and 3 devices at Svarvrok, but also multiple combat machines that they didn't have time to transfer or hadn't fully completed. Although most of them require pilots, Pavel still has ways to utilize their power. Therefore, when the sound of Dahl's footsteps came from afar, he mounted Dilute with an almost joyous smile, then looked at his sister and took off the pendant he was wearing. Vera, take this. Just now, I saved all the valuable data into the key storage area. Brother, this is... I will definitely win. But in case something happens, give this key to that person. For the sake of the intelligence inside, he will protect you. Brother? Let's go together. As long as we save Dad, nothing else matters, right? It's not that simple, Vera. Rogue Gerard, who made the agreement with me, is dead. No one can guarantee that the conglomerate will keep their word. And no one can guarantee that this data will actually free the old man. But we've worked so hard for so long! So it cannot be wasted. Svarbrog is preserved more perfectly than I imagined. There is huge potential here. As long as I dominate this place, in less than 5 years, I can control a private arms force second to none in this Yellow Zone. By then, I can negotiate with anyone. Didn't I say I wanted to be a chess player? You still keep the last chance, but I want to try holding that dice in my own hands. But that means fighting Sister Liu and Sister Shisui in the end. Then they can only blame their bad luck. After all, I spared their lives. It still chased us all the way here. Griffin 10 years ago was the same. Griffin Lyons used that group of people, including Dad, stepping on them to reach the peak he is today. The only thing left for us is this factory before us. I will never leave this place of Griffin's dolls. To the enemies. Dad would definitely agree. I just checked. Self-destruction is still possible here. But there's a route for a safe escape using our key. You must live. You are the only one who cannot die. Brother can't die either! Why? Why does it have to be like this? Vixus Leo and Vixus Shisui are both good people! I know you like them, Vera. You are too gentle. You can't survive in the Yellow Zone like this. We saved enough money. Afterwards, you go live in the Green Zone. I didn't fall for dolls. I just can't live without you, brother. Don't worry. I said all that just to make you understand my determination. Vera, I'm not going to lose anyway. Because Miss Leah doesn't know the true power of this Pegasus either. Dude, trauma dumping on cute girl. Yeah, you missed some context intrinsics. They're siblings. Pavel turned his head and looked at the doll walking towards him. He stepped forward, letting Vera retreat to the back. The girl glanced timidly at Shisui and lowered her head. When I was little, I didn't know my parents' identities or ideals. I loved games and longed to be a hero. For a long while, I was obsessed with becoming a military contractor. I thought it was a free, just, and super cool job where I could help others and play with guns whenever I wanted. Sounds like the last part is the most important. That was when I learned about Griffin. Interestingly, I always regarded you as heroes. Even though Griffin's most outstanding unit was composed of dolls and their commander, I was still very passionate about it. This passion lasted too long. So much that even when I learned how Major General Carter, whom my parents followed, was defeated by you step by step until his downfall, I didn't harbor much hatred for Griffin. It's just, I didn't expect that what stand in front of me now is still the Griffin of old. Are there no other heroes in this world? Mr. Pavel, there is still room for negotiation. I can help you rescue your father. No. I must hand over everything in this factory to the conglomerate. and only when the conglomerate uses these things found in Svarog will they let my father appear as a witness and finally be released. Also, although I don't hate you guys, I really dislike you, Liu. Me? You're not normal. How could anyone in this world be disliked such a generous, rich woman? Because even though she is a doll and possesses wealth that even humans envy, she still sees ideals that humans themselves have already given up on. It's as if you're telling me that this world isn't hopeless and cruel, but that I'm the one who is depraved and filthy. If you really want to help us, then turn around and leave with all the dolls and people. Can you do that, Miss Liu? I can beg you. Let me choose my own path. I regret, Mr. Pavel, that I cannot agree to your request at this time, because your choice might cause Sentinel Clifftown to fall completely into the hands of others, or make the lives of the people in the Yellow Zone even more painful. If this were just your own path, I could choose to let you walk it to the end, but you are not the only one on this path, and as a commander's tactical doll, I cannot pretend not to see it. Ah, of course you see that. No matter how many times I think you'd say all that. I will stop you and defeat you, Mr. Pavel. But I don't intend to hate you. From now on, many enemies like you, harboring their own hardships, will appear before the commander and me. I will defeat them, and I'll defeat them all and step over them to keep moving forward, but I won't hate them, nor will I apologize, because I won't let you change me. Pavel looked at the doll in front of him with shaking confidence. She was already a completely different person from before. Realizing he couldn't shake her mentally at all, he chose another plan. Pegasus! The warhorse's eyes flashed red. Almost at the same time, the surrounding mobile units also started moving again, pointing their muzzles at the dolls. Is this the pressure of the final boss? I'm so excited! God damn it, douche Nanya. Stop getting excited! Cover me properly! I didn't expect you to control more than just those warhorses. Did the military recreate the Senka's mastermind network on it? I told you a long time ago. Pegasus is not a simple bionic vehicle. It has all the facilities of a command platform, expected to be issued to lead dolls with command modules to further unleash their capabilities on the battlefield. All the weapons that can move in this factory are within the command's range, and I just counted these numbers. As long as I have it, I can start a war without anyone on my side. Dilu, just wait a little longer. We'll bring you home right away. Although these are old antiques, they are all wartime standard armaments. Don't let your guard down. It's okay. If necessary, I'll use the combination technique with Warlord again and end everything. Mr. Pavel's using Pegasus to access the fire control systems of all units. The upcoming fire coverage will be very dangerous. Please be careful, everyone.
Wait, who was that baddie? Yeah, it's Type 56.
Ah, such strong pressure! As expected of the awakened warhorse, it is indeed suitable to appear as a final boss. Mr. Pavel's using Pegasus to access the fire control systems of all units. The incoming fire coverage will be very dangerous. Everyone, please be careful.
Anyway.
のうちよ。目標沈黙。
You parody the comment a lot. Because Type 56, whew! Good lord. Like, the artist looked at Girls Frontline 1's Type 56 and said, Buffer! Huge combat mechs and chariots are not something rifle bullets can stop. Although they weren't loaded with enough ammunition either, just a few missiles were enough to leave the doll frames in tatters. Although it was Pavel's first time coordinating with Dilu, he had obviously undergone considerable prior training, so his control was not clumsy. Unfortunately, even so, Pavel himself was the biggest weakness right now. The dolls moved too fast. Human eyesight, reflexes, and input speed undoubtedly slowed Dilu down. Scavenger seized the opening first. She avoided Dilu's strafing, intruded on Pavel's side, and swung her saber at him. Although the shield briefly blocked her slash, it still tore Pavel's sleeve, causing Vera to scream. And she said, "This is for use by dolls. To be precise, our Stinker's Fury Elite dolls. Your process speed is just a burden. I really want you to learn how to fight in modern war." "Oh, Nixie, don't remind him." "I see. You asked me to leave everything to Dilu? Don't even think about it. I alone am enough to deal with you." "It's because if you issue the automatic combat command, you won't be able to protect your sister?" "Exactly. Automatic combat robots won't deliberately avoid Vera. A single stray bullet could cost her her life." "So you're scared, aren't you?" "Damn it. This child is reliable, but why does she talk so much like Singer's Fairy?" Cheeseby climbed onto the top of the Hydra mech and continuously fired at the vulnerable parts, destroying the main connecting joints. Naya lifted the detached main cannon and used his firepower to destroy the automated chariot chasing Liu, but the recoil knocked her to the ground. "Ouch, ouch, ouch! Finally got an effective weapon! Mwah! War Master, I can't feel my legs!" "Yeah, next time you use my frame as a weapon so casually, your legs will definitely fall off somewhere even further away. You're just pinned down. Crawl out yourself." Seizing the moment while Pavel controlled the mech, Liu grabbed Dilu's reins. However, a doll's strength was no match for the custom-made mech, and she was dragged along. "Mr. Pavel, stop being so stubborn! You still have a chance to hold Vera's hand again." "It's not over yet! As long as you're not there!" Seeming to understand instantly, Pavel directed all the mechs he controlled to target Liu. Ironically, this contained a subtle trust. If it's Liu, even in the greatest crisis, she won't implicate Vera. She will definitely draw the danger as far away from Vera as possible. The moment he entered the command, Pavel realized with a start, his trust in this enemy had far exceeded his trust in himself. "Dilu, stop!" The steel warhorse charged forward. Without firepower, it was a pure weapon of destruction. Liu's frame was sent flying more than 20 meters. Scavenger tried to grab the reins but was thrown off as well. Dilu charged towards Liu regardless of everything, rearing his front hooves high. Watching Liu fly into the ground, Pavel had a roar of victory. "Brother, no! Liu!"
Chase rushed desperately towards Liu, but everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The mechanical horse suddenly froze it to shut down, its heavy iron hooves hanging high above Liu, never falling. Liu's eyes flashed alternately with the red and blue light, reflecting the struggle in its heart. Liu, do you still recognize me? Pegasus! Impossible! I possess access to the deepest level, and that's absolute! Dilu's not just your weapon for war, it's also our partner! Liu slowly propped herself up, while Dilu, under Pavel's repeated urging, stomped down towards the rising Liu. With the doll's reaction speed, Liu could have easily dodged, but she just raised her hands to meet the warhorse's iron hoof. Juno, we're here! Liu, hold steady! Okay. A loud bang, but not the sound of Liu's frame being trampled and shattered. She held her hands high to grab Dilu's forehooves, while Dusuknaya, Phelan, and Shutu stood together beside Liu, blocking Dilu's trample together. Pavel noticed that Dilu's eyes remained blue for longer periods, and his control over other combat mechs and weapons had become increasingly inefficient. Vera, you should go! Realizing his imminent defeat, Pavel could only barely hold on. He made Dilu break free from the doll's grip, then kicked Sandra high, 30 meters high into the ceiling with a powerful rear kick. More and more mechs were destroyed or shut down by the dolls. Liu clung tightly to Dilu's neck. Pavel aimed his gun at the doll, but Dilu resisted, unwilling to give him a position to hit Liu. In the chaos, Pavel turned his gaze towards Vera, worried if she could run out of this dangerous combat zone, but Vera went to the factory terminal and inserted both keys in one go. Stop! Everything for me! Before her appeared the interface where the Pegasus 1 unit connected with the remaining 7 heavy combat weapons. Vera smashed her fist down, almost roaring. Seconds later, the wiggling command mechs gradually stopped moving. Vera, what are you doing? I'm saving my idiot brother! Don't think I want spanking just because of this. That's enough, Miss Cavender. That's enough. She gently stroked Dilu's forehead and raised her eyes to gaze at Pavel. Mr. Pavel, you didn't lose and you didn't win. But your war is over. It seems so. Whether it's the ideas followed, the students and the successors personally cultivated, or the masterpieces created with painstaking effort, the Smolin family is destined to be betrayed by it all. Even my sister seems to think I'm wrong. In the final moment, let me be betrayed by family again. Looking around Pavel's side, surrounded by dolls in every direction, he can no longer offer any resistance. You won. But Miss Liu, even if you are always the winner, you won't always win everything. The confusion in Pavel's eyes gradually twisted into a determination of utter despair. He rapidly typed a command into the terminal. What's going on? What's that guy doing? Brother? Don't worry. This is just the Pegasus 1 self-destruct program, according to this. At least this command is written in the bottom layer of its newer cloud, and necessarily indelible safety measure. In my life, too many things have betrayed my family. Now even Vera has betrayed me. At least let my father's creation maintain its dignity to the end. No! Pegasus! Dealus! Pegasus Leo's my friend! As people completed the command input, Dilu's core burst with blinding red light, and ear-piercing alarms resounded throughout the valley. Alright, everyone move aside. Since he had decided to end it, Pavel didn't intend to hurt anyone else. He urged Dilu forward. while he slid off the horse's back, allowing the dolls to capture him. Chisui, take Pharaoh and Pavel and leave. What do you want to do? Will you? Against everyone's estimation, Liu had no intention of fleeing. He rushed towards Dilu, who was running towards the uninhabited area to get away from everyone, grabbed the reins with all her might, and vaulted onto his back. Liu! Chisui shouted, wanted to bring Liu back, but it was too late. A blinding white light covered the visual module. The dolls could only watch as Leo's back was swallowed by the light. Dilu, do you remember who your master is? Leo's whisper was completely different from her usual gentle voice. The command authority in it made it even Chisui feel unfamiliar. Under this dazzling light, Chisui realized a certain part of Liu's near cloud had changed just now. She was still her best friend and the leader of the Winged Hussars, but not quite the same as before. When everyone could open their eyes, they only saw Dilu obediently carrying Liu back to them, and Pavel, who was equally shocked beyond belief. Vera screamed and rushed towards her brother, who had been kicked to his knees by Scavenger. He dazedly opened his arms, only to be slapped heavily by his sister, then kicked in the chin and fell. Damn, okay. Vera's like, fuck you! Stupid dumbass brother. Kicked him in the chin. Combo. Looks like the sister has put up with her brother for a long time. Although I understand Mr. Pavel's feelings. Dilu is already a member of our family. Regrettably, even if it is the son of its creator, I will not allow anyone to hurt it. Hearing the familiar gentle laughter, Chisui glanced at Liu again. Does his best friend of hers know what just happened? Seeing Liu relieved, secured, and gentle smile after unburdening herself, Chisui decided to ask her next time. At least for now, the Winged Hussars has overcome the predicament again. You know what, I imagine Vera just drop kicking him. Like, I want someone to draw that, actually. Just have her drop kick him. Last one. Then I can go eat. Come on, CN servers. I know I'm in America, but let me play. Let me play the last one, please. Please. Don't forsake me. Please. Please just go. No, seriously, play. No, fuck you. See, firewall. Hold on, I may actually have to, the sun is warming up. Yeah, I may actually have to restart it. The Stasi stream? I doubt that. Yeah, it's just not happening. Give me a second. I'm not sure what happened, but well, I know what happened. The servers just do not want me to play.
Doors Frontline 2 Exilium.
And I'm like, can I sneak in a pizza slice now? But I was like, no, probably not. Load, damn it. I will. There we go. The incident ended in such an unexpected way. Although they had just experienced a fight, on this special night, everyone regained their expectation for the new year. The Winged Hussars camp was decorated with lanterns and festoons. A warm bonfire burned in the center of the square, dispelling the chill of the winter night. In a corner far from the crowd sat a figure out of place with a lively atmosphere. Brother, does it hurt here? It's okay. Knowing my sister is so strong, I can rest assured in the future. Vera sat beside Pavel, carefully treating the wound on his head. Just as Pavel said, most of it was Vera's own doing. Angered by her brother's stubborn refusal to reconcile, Vera beat him up emotionally. In the end, even Scavenger had to intervene. He just sitting there all grumpy. Yeah. It is said that to thank the people who came to support her, Leah purchased all available food and drinks and prepared this feast. What a strange doll. Brother, haven't you reflected yet? If they weren't so merciful, we would have died many times over. As a loser pointing fingers at the winner's leniency, you will suffer retribution! That's right, you guy. I still want to beat you up even now. Don't think everything's over just like this. Causing so much trouble, and finally wanting to kill the cute Dilu? No, everyone. Approaching the siblings were Vera's former Winged Hussars partners, and the dolls who resolved all incidents this time. The girl looked at the Winged Hussar's gaze and lowered her head timidly and ashamedly. But the bosses also said, at least tonight, even if only for tonight, they hope everyone can eat together. Vera looked gratefully at Luca and Ivana. She understood clearly that she could never return to the Winged Hussars. However, the other party at least tolerated her existence. Just this alone made Vera feel immensely saved. She covered her eyes, letting tears fall through her fingers. Pavel looked at his crying sister. Didn't raise his hand, but eventually lowered it helplessly. He looked at the Winged Hussars, whom he once considered enemies. Some of their injuries were far worse than his. Since today began, Pavel had been waiting in one spot, waiting to see if anyone would approach him, beat him, or end his life. He waited in vain. Just then, a steaming bowl of dumplings was suddenly handed to him. Here, for the Demon King who found his way back. Huh? What's this? It's food, dumbass. This is a magical food that restores relationships once eaten. In ancient Oriental legends, it possesses the magic to dispel cold and mend bonds. Even a soul fallen into darkness can find a trace of warmth in its deliciousness. So please, enjoy it.
No, you said the diet's all difficulty too high this time.
Brother, just eat. This was specially saved for us by Big Sis Liu.
After everything got done?
Big Sis Liu said, no matter the stance on this day, no one should welcome the new year on an empty stomach. Reflection, admitting mistakes, punishment, everything? Wait until you're full. That is the correct way for humans to handle affairs.
I tried to do bad things and failed. Giving up on myself also failed. I am a failure. There is no ambiguous space to hide here. However, I'll use my dumbass random days to ask. Pavel took the dumplings somewhat awkwardly, staring at the food. Vera quickly leaned her head on his shoulder.
But I don't think Brother's desire to save Dad is wrong. Big Sis Liu said that the humans she likes and respects the most once said, you cannot use the wrong methods to reach the right result. Let's start over this time, brother. Let's save Dad in a way that allows us to face everyone with our heads held high. And then, together, let's try to become a little happier, okay?
That kind of thing. Is it possible? Faced with his sister's innocence, Pavel couldn't help but laugh dumbfoundedly. In this world, people like Liu and Shisui are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He knew better than anyone what darkness and cruelty lay in the world unknown to Vera, and he was even more aware that he himself was a part of this cruel world. But in this moment, he couldn't help but question, how many more excuses must he find? At this point, is there still a path in the right direction for him and Vera? Will it be allowed? Will they be accepted? Pavel found himself actually harboring hope. Just like the burning sensation in his mouth. Incredibly real.
Brother, are you okay?
Someone added something to the dumplings!
Oh, that's the 500 times capsaicin capsule Big Sis Tsunami added. She said whoever eats it is blessed. Congratulations, brother! Brother, why are you crying? Are you okay? Hey, don't wipe your snot on me! Alright, I know, brother. You worked hard up until now. We'll start over.
He thought he was crying. She thought he was crying in happiness, but no, he's crying in pain. Watching the scene unfold nearby, Pegasus turned a new page in her diary.
After conflict and strife, humans and dolls, enemies and friends. Wait.
Diary? That's a physical diary. So she's doing this in her head? Okay.
After conflict and strife, humans and dolls, enemies and friends can actually sit together and share food. Is this the meaning of the new year for humans? It is truly fascinating. Does your fascination refer to letting two dangerous elements in? If it were me, I would have locked those two guys up long ago. Although I don't really want to admit it, I actually somewhat agree with Scavenger's view. Leo, is this really okay? Even if Pavel is behaving now, what if he wants to use the Dailu to cause destruction again in the future? It's okay, Shisui. I think the current Dailu is no longer a tool anyone can control at will.
Why?
Dailu chose to defy the self-destruction command, from the highest authority. This was a judgment it made based on its own memories. Over these 10 years, it has lived with everyone and protected everyone as we moved forward. These memories have come to represent its will. Just as the commander gave us freedom through protocols, allowing us to break through the shackles of being dolls and create value beyond our design limits. I believe that as long as Mr. Pavel stays here and spends time with Dilu, he should be able to understand why Dilu made such a change. But Liu, you did something at the time to help Dilu break through the low-level obstruction, right? Me? No way, Chisui. Did you see wrong? I didn't see wrong. You clearly... Chisui suddenly stopped talking, noticing the brother and the sister walking over. Seeing Liu stand up, she sighed softly and went up with her. Mr. Pavel, Vera, having fun? Chisui will try her best to make whatever you want to eat. Compared to that, I heard you don't intend to punish us? Punish? Does the punish Mr. Pavel refers to mean trial, conviction, and sentencing through legal procedures? You know that's what I mean. This incident is limited between the Winged Hussars and you, so the mayor handed the power punishment to me. Chisui and I have discussed it. We are tactical dolls. We don't have modules related to court trials and legal aid installed, nor do we intend to install them. So we don't plan to do anything. That's just an excuse. Even if you are like this, those Winged Hussar members have their own grudges. Although we made such a decision, we haven't restricted what everyone should or shouldn't do. Nice. So, everyone accepted this arrangement. At least, that's how I understand it. Mr. Pavel, it is a fact that you and Vera deceived the Winged Hussars for your own affairs, causing massive losses and many injuries. But everyone also knows Vera and your difficulties. And so far, no Winged Hussars companions have died. So, everyone decided not to retaliate against you for now. So, I'm assuming no one lost any limbs? Or, took any life-threatening injuries? Life-changing injuries? I guess we're all cool with that? This is your second chance. Please, take responsibility with your own life. Pegasus Liu. Pegasus Chisui. Apologies. Facing the two dolls, Vera lowered her head, weeping. I have always been jealous and resentful of you big sisters. Even though I knew it was wrong, I took my pain out on you. Everyone in the Winged Hussars cared about me from the very beginning, but I... Seeing Vera's state, Chisui reached out and gently patted her head. Apologize to everyone, okay? Yes, I definitely will. I'll work hard to atone. Getting new lens is an upgrade. Looking at his sister with a complex expression, Pavel realized that the doll's gazes were focused on him. He smiled awkwardly, then nodded to the two dolls. I hope to go back with Vera after accepting your punishment. Even without relying on the conglomerate, the data sorted out from the Safari that might be related to my father is still strong evidence. I will try to fight for our father's early release. Then, the family can go live a quiet place. That's good. While speaking, Leah raised her hand and handed a black package to Pavel. Here's travel expenses. here's some fucking money. God damn it, Leah. Also, these are the relevant documents prepared by our acquaintances in Griffin. According to a genius and a beautiful friend of the commander who is vacationing on the Elmo, Dr. Smolnin's case involved 5 high-ranking UNC officials. Svarvrog, or at least 3 of them, is just one of many small episodes inconvenient to disclose. What? Even if you are a tycoon, how could you access information of such a high-ranking UNC officials? Take my pocket change, you peasants! This is our commander's big hand. King Tomato. Just how terrifying a person is he? Terrifying enough that he could make it disappear. In addition, there is a business card and package. Among our past partners, one has now become a very successful lawyer who has yet to lose a lawsuit. You can go find her. Reed? Former Gryffindor? Working as a lawyer? I didn't expect that commander to be so willing to let go and give freedom to such a capable doll. That's our commander's charm. You guys can't learn it. You guys can't learn it. I don't plan to be a black market merchant anymore. I also don't like owing too many favors. Pavel took out 2 intertwined pendants from his pocket and gave them to Shisui. These were left to Vera and me by our father and mother, representing their respective authorities. They can unlock all areas within the Svarvrog arsenal. We have weapons now! We have weapons now! We got guns, guys! The GRF has guns! We have a lot of them. You can access all the records you need, including adventure codes for production equipment. Consider this payment for your mediation and travel expenses. Is this okay? This is the only thing Vera values, right? That's exactly why I want you to give them to you. Brother and I have decided to start over. Even without this, family's still family. If it can bring even a little convenience to the Wing Hussars, I'll feel better too. And you got the Sakura Amazon delivery business. That's true too. Like, and we have Amazon? Damn. And then there's this. Pavel handed another item to Liu. The doll frowned after taking it. These numbers are the intelligence and ledgers that have operated in the Yellow Zone to date, including information on agents arranged by the conglomerate in various Yellow settlements, as well as some hidden arms caches. Everything I have is accumulated as a dark merchant so far, as well as the plans the conglomerate is implementing everywhere in the Yellow Zone that I have access to, and the disappearing secrets. Wait, this is a very critical document! This was originally insurance I left for Vera after the conglomerate no longer needed me, hoping they would be wary of the information on it then, but now, please give it to that King Tomato. This should help him understand how the conglomerate controls the Yellow Zone. Bender. I don't know what he really wants to do, nor do I know if he can concede, but many pieces of information in this notebook could get one killed if even one is spoken. If you don't like it, just burn it. I understand. Regarding the provision of information and supplies to the commander, I also send his thanks to you on his behalf. But you can hand it to him. You can hand it to him yourself, right? If I were still a black market merchant in the Yellow Zone, I would definitely visit. But now I have to deal with my father's affairs first. I'll visit after the dust settles. Okay, my time in the Yellow Zone comes to an end here. I mean, you're still there, dude. Unlike when facing the big shots from the Gerard group, this was a scene that made him relax, even feel comfortable and full of relief. After he raised his head, he made another request that put Liu in a difficult position. Pegasus was the name chosen by my late mother. Although Dilu sounds nice, can you occasionally call it by that name too? Okay. And then, Liu's face dropped immediately because she said she spent 3 days and 3 nights coming up with that name. Nonsense, I did not! It was already late at night, and some people had already fallen into a deep sleep. But for some reason, the 2 leaders of the Winged Hussars were sitting around the campfire next to an Aegis doll that shouldn't have a neural cloud, smiling brilliantly. Commander's so cunning, sticking to the bank with such a body. No, I'm just using the beacon to use it as a video phone. I should have logged off already. It was Dandelion who said she wanted to see what you were eating. Is the commander leaving again? Boo-hoo. Commander, don't go. I'll buy you anything you want. I didn't mean that. Also, Liu is drunk. Seriously, please take care of her. I'm happy today. Come drink with me, Commander. There are dumplings too. Come on, have a bite. I told you, this is a video phone. Now, are you drunk too? Very delicious. Y'all worked hard this time. If we want to stand on the same battlefield as Commander, it's impossible if we are the same as before. For these 10 years, Sweet and I have dreamed of returning to the days of fighting by your side. This thought hasn't changed a bit to this day. Exactly. Commander, we worked very hard. Praise us as much as you can. Don't hold back. Especially Liu. She changed a lot. I think she is definitely the former Griffin doll that has improved the most in the past 10 years. She's sweet too. She's my irreplaceable best friend. Although I really want to fly back to the Elmo right away. Commander, the Winged Hussars in Cliffwatch Town will still occupy a bit of our time for now. I looked at the dolls on my left and right, and made the combat doll's camera move up and down a few times to signal a nod. No need to be so anxious. We are walking the same path, and sooner or later we will meet at some point. Before that, you can always return to the Elmo. I will properly make up for the 10 years I couldn't spend with you. To have such a moment of mutual understanding with you is the greatest reward for me in these 10 years. Commander, there is one more thing we need to ask for your instructions on. A very serious expression suddenly appeared on the gentle but somewhat dazed face of Liu. I understand the true purpose of her communication this time. It's for our arsenal, isn't it? Yes. We have some internal disagreements. Some people want to reseal it directly, but others think we can explore its internal situation first before making plans. How do you think we should handle it, Commander? Is that so? I didn't answer it immediately. Naturally, I had considered it. Such a sizable and well-preserved arsenal shouldn't really exist in the Yellow Zone. If your NC knew someone possessed such arms manufacturing capability, Cliffwatch Town and Liu's Winged Hussars could get into big trouble, so sealing it is naturally the easiest countermeasure. But the situation in the Yellow Zone is not optimistic now, even without seeing the intelligence collected by Pavel. I can know from Dandelion and Leva that the conglomerate is plotting some huge conspiracy within your NC. Therefore, perhaps at some point, the people of the entire Yellow Zone will have need of the potential hidden within Swarbrok. I want to read the notes left by Pavel first and combine them with my knowledge of the current situation in the Yellow Zone before making a decision. However, this place is indeed crucial. Take confidentiality measures as much as possible, and at the same time, Try to investigate thoroughly to avoid any potential risk. Yes, sir. Just then, the shouts of the Winged Hussars members came from the plaza nearby. Bosses! 10 seconds less until the fireworks! Yeah, special fireworks made by the Winged Hussars. Everyone look! General, Khan! What are you doing? It's better if everyone's together. I'd be so happy if Master was here too. That Singa's fairy doll. Could it be? Oh, it's starting! It's starting! Commander! Leo, let's go! Commander, come! Yeah. I'm counting on you. I let the two reunited dolls lift me up and walk towards the crowd. Oh yeah, we didn't have our still image, didn't we? After the countdown, Luca and Ivana lit the fuse together. Fireworks whistled into the night sky and exploded above Century Cliff Town. Colorful lights instantly illuminated the entire valley, making the upturned faces of everyone shine brightly. Under the brilliant fireworks, the girls firmly believed that the moment of reunion would soon come. The day we'll meet again will surely be a bright and beautiful spring day. Task Force Defy. 7,889 contact. Requesting connection. Go ahead. Regarding the content of this redstone monitoring mission, we boss tonight have confirmed it. Although there are no objections to the content, our efficiency may be limited given our current configuration. Can I request support? Who do you want to request? That person's infiltration mission is drawn to a close. Can she evacuate early to prioritize supporting the mission here? Regrettably request denied. The reason being? Precisely because it is the closing stage. We can't pull her out at this time. You know that person's character better than I do. If the mission happens to fail because of this, she will probably become very troublesome, right? Indeed. However, I do have another suitable candidate. Ah, this person's an old friend of yours. So there's no need to worry about combat power. You should work well together. Since it's an organization arrangement, I had no objections. In addition, arriving with the support personnel this time is a batch of supply materials dropped by the organization. Supply materials? Is it protective equipment against the red zone contamination? Not entirely. Considering the long tracking route of this mission, the organization prepared a batch of lightweight clothing for emergencies. Lightweight clothing? Yep. Although this fabric coverage is reduced and the protection isn't comparable to tactical gear, they have higher practical value than tactical gear when infiltrating special occasions. After all, violence can solve every problem. Anyways, you'll understand once you get the supply crate. Alright. The style of clothing is not important. As long as it ensures the missions go smoothly, I won't object. I was as pragmatic as ever. So next, please remain on standby. I will transfer the communication to your new companion. Good luck with your operation. Yeah, I'm thinking sexy dresses too. Yeah, I was also thinking swimsuits, but nah, it's not summer yet. Alright, that was good. I like that one. Another good event mixed with some good humor, some good drama. It was overall pretty solid. And I wouldn't really call this filler either. Because it did push the main story forward. Perhaps it, well, not perhaps, but it didn't push it deep. But it did progress forward. Yeah, and we should be getting a major event next month. Do we know the lawyer? I've been thinking about that, but I haven't. It's not coming to mind right now. Someone who's a good lawyer. I'm pretty sure someone from Frontline 1, but there's so many dolls nowadays that I can't keep track of everyone. Warbot is part of Squad 404, or Hide 404, so it's not her. In the yard. Yeah, and this lawyer never lost the case. So they studied really hard, but yeah, it's not coming to mind right now on who it could possibly be. What if it was M82A1? That's when you stream while at work. Yeah, it's a good thing that I can stream at nights again. It might be. For me. Yeah, I would love A2A1. I'll be floored if she was in. I mean, I didn't expect General Liu to come back, I'm not gonna lie. Gonna guess who our support might be. I don't think that they would bring in Star this soon. I'm not sure who the support is. Damn. Don't worry, Dylan's used to it at this point. But okay, I gotta stop talking because 1, I have not eaten yet, and 2, I gotta get up at 7, which is like 7 hours from now, actually. So, I gotta cut this discussion short. It's good talking to y'all. I am streaming on Thursday. There is not anything going on. So I think that's a PNC day. Yeah, I think that's a PNC day. So we'll do it then. So you guys take care.